And we're live. We're live, 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 live. Everybody, we are live. Thank you. So I thought I would just throw up a live tonight. I don't know who's out there. I don't know what we're going to talk about. Don't have an agenda. I mean, there was plenty of an agenda earlier, and I am showing that I have some limited bandwidth. Connection is unstable. Boo. 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 We'll have to do what we can to enable it unstable. Not going to happen. Going to have to take it down. Come back. Up. No, wait. We got someone here. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we can make it through. We will see if we can make this through. I don't know. Hello, Limitless Lenny. Good morning. How's it going down there in beautiful land down under in Australia? You're doing well, I take it. I've got a kind of a weak signal. I don't know what's going on. Susan, good to see you, Susan. Susan, how are things going? How are things going for your daughter? I trust everybody had a good day today. Everybody had opportunities to do. Am I muted? You hear me? I'm watching. Hello, Hillary. You're watching from Australia as well. Thank you. I hope I'm not muted. I'm normally not muted. Hello, McFly. Hello. My microphone's right down there. Yeah, you hear me, Susan? Okay. Limitless. Let me know if it's still a problem. Okay. I'm showing a little bit of a connectivity issue here. All right, Melbourne. Yes. Oh, you were muted. Okay, we're good. Now look, let's talk about the 600-pound gorilla in the room. Was that not a fantastic 24-hour? I think it was awesome. I do. And I'm wondering, I got this ugly little symbol on my screen saying that I don't have a great connectivity, that I'm spotty. All's good in South Carolina. All right, that's good. Hurricane never came up and bothered, did it? There was only one forecast in the entire world that said, don't worry about that hurricane. And I'm sitting in the room with him. Let me pat myself on the back. All right. Hey, listen. If either of you, Lindy, Hillary, Susan, if any of you want to come on and share the screen and chitty chat, go live, let me know. I'll throw out the link and you can come on in, all right? All right. Now, please don't be upset. I am eating some rather fine pecans. Ooh, it's a lovely pecan. I want to say it's a Georgia pecan, but I'm going to nibble on a few. Hello there, Laura Conway. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I trust everybody's had opportunity to worship today. I know that I had a great time. I spent a lot of time today in and about the church, but now it's all good. Boy, too, I bet you a lot of people are tired after that 24-hour extravaganza there and the carnathon that we had. I know I had a lot of fun, and I stayed with it as long as I could in good conscience. I did offer to help host or do something, but they had plenty of people, and they did a wonderful job, so I went to bed. Oh, Hillary, nice. Okay, Hillary Wallace. Oh, Wadanga. Yes, Wadanga. Isn't it Crocodile Dundee from there? Please don't get mad at me. Sorry, I won't do that again. Anyhow, so what were some of your favorite thoughts on the 24-hour live? Do either of you have a part that you really appreciated the most? Is it an overarching thing, an underarching thing? What did you all like? I just liked the variety. I like seeing all the people commenting, right? I did. I really did. I think it was awesome. And, various times, and I want to talk about it one day. I don't know. I'm going to have to get some input from everybody. But I was listening to people discuss, particularly when we had the people from Texas talking about ranching. Oh, Hillary couldn't watch. That's okay. It's on there to watch now. You can always go back and watch the rewind. I'm sure just as good on rewind as it was live. Really, I do. Um, but there was a period of time that there was a lot of discussion about political activism, right? And I thought that was interesting. I think it's very interesting to watch people when they want to talk about political activism. From my point of view, having been in politics, and you know, just because I was in politics doesn't mean that I have any better say than others. But it was interesting. It was also really cool to see all the doctors. Yeah. Well, here, let me make sure I put some of these up on the screen. We can read them a little better. In and out, I saw you. Yeah, me too. Yes, it does help. It does help. For one, their watch hours should have been just astronomical. You figured, I was figuring there at least 1,000 people all the time in the stream, and for a long time there were 2,000. So we averaged it out to 1,500, right? So I'm not going to try to be overly capable, but if you take 1,500 viewers, right? Let's do that. If you take 1,500 viewers and you multiply that by 24 hours, right? On average, give or take, plus or minus, they have 36,000 watch hours in one day. Come on. That's got to be something. Well, I'm sure it is in two plays. I'm sure it is. Last I know, there was over $30,000. I'm not sure what the grand total was, and I'm sure more money's rolling in. Yeah, I really do. Well, they lost a lot when Carrie inadvertently hit the off button, but that's okay. They'll figure it all out. I don't know what's lost, what's not. Yep, I did the same thing, Lindy. I did the same. No, it's not cheating. No, I don't know if you're logged in under the same username with two devices. I don't know how they might do that. 60,000. I bet you some of those doctors came in big because I know that Dr. Kiltz came in with 1,000 at one point in time. And that's off of 60,000. That's incredible. I know that they already had when I actually donated to the what do you call it, the GoFundMe, and so I know that one was really close to 50, but that was money from before, so they wanted to raise an additional 50,000, I think. So hey, I'm just glad because it is expensive. As I've mentioned before, I've been involved in production of movies. And I have friends who are in the business, very expensive. And I wondered, I didn't want to ask the question then. I didn't want to rain on any more parades. I did rain on one parade, but I didn't want to rain on parades about what are they going to do now that there's a strike? That strike won't go on forever. And doesn't mean that Kerry can't do a lot of things, but I don't know if he's going to do any union type work. But I'm sure Netflix has to be careful because I was involved in sidewalk movie productions and stuff like that, and I did that one web series. And you can only, and as an actor, I am actually an actor that I have an IMDb page. I used to have an agent, but you can only do so much non-union work. And if you want to get really into it and you want to really make a living, so to speak, you're going to do union work, and you can only do union work if you're doing union pictures, and you can only do so much non-union work and keep your union card. So it's very tricky. They really have you over a barrel. Yeah. Well, you know what, Lindy? You're going to be like the poster child. You and a few others down there. You're the poster children, so to speak. Right. That's right. They were. I didn't see Dr. Berry. I did see Kelly Hogan, and I think she mentioned my name on there for one moment. Not that I can do anything with that, but I mean, I would do my very level best to support throughout. I really was. Anyway, I was just wondering as we went on. I wonder what some post thoughts on it for carrying them. Probably getting sleep was imperative. They had to be tired. I don't know, but it was really good to see people and see the homesick Buckeye doing his Reverend I.B. Low Carbon, and to hear him singing, to Alia. It was her birthday, so that was pretty cool. That was nifty, and just to see the interaction of people, I thought that was great. Oh, hey, by the way, in case you didn't know, you haven't seen it, I was really hoping I can get a hold of JT, because JT from the Poco Moonshine family, you all know JT. Well, he is interviewing me on Tuesday night. Yep, Tuesday. I want to say Tuesday night. Be my first interview. I'm all nervous, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Yep, I heard he jumped in. I heard he jumped in there. I just missed it. You go and you live your life and you miss it, right? About 3, 4 Eastern, there were a lot of. Oh, okay, cool. That's great. A lot of South Africans and folks like that. Good. Oh, I'm not worried about being interviewed. I just don't want to be too. I don't want to be too glib. Hey, by the way, I'm supposed to run some banners here. Let me see if I can do a banner here real quick. Let's do the. Here we go. Please smash the like button. Subscribe to all in the stream. And I do mean that. I hope each one of you are subscribed. And if any of you have a page and you want to throw it in the comments, you're welcome to do so. Okay. All right. Oh, I bet you they were entertaining. They are a hoot, and well, that makes us not have excuses, right? Right. Okay, Lenny, this is what I'm thinking. I watched it in the morning till 1 and started back at 8. And yeah, gosh, I can't imagine why anybody would watch Dr. Chafee. Gosh, why would you watch Dr. Chafee do anything? Dr. Chafee's that 1 in a million guy. I just want to, have uncharitable thoughts because he's good looking, he's intelligent, he's humble. He's so talented. I have no idea what it must be like to wake up in the morning and be that person. Well, today I'm going to go operate on someone's brain and probably make their life immeasurably better. And while I'm walking into work thinking about this stuff casually about how this surgery is going to do, I'm going to break 1,000,000 hearts, melt a few more. Yeah. Some people have a lot of challenge with that stuff, right? Hey, it's Mike Shaw. Mike Shaw, he fell asleep. Yeah. Right. I got it. All right. One out to him talking. Okay. Well, I think that one of the challenges for a guy like that is, the guy's got 4 pounds of brain shoved into a 2-pound cavity. You gotta lose it somewhere. And then he has to be so very careful in what he says. It isn't like Australia is known for being very understanding of differing viewpoints, right? Oh, my glam. No one told me I had an eyebrow that was out of whack. My poor eyebrows. My wife wants me to shave them. I refuse. I refuse. How you doing, Mike? What's going on with you, brother? How things going in your world? I know you probably had a busy day today. I know that those of us going to church have really busy days. I did like hearing some of the testimonies, and I did like hearing the reference to our Lord and Savior a lot during that 24-hour event. That was awesome. Shane has a beautiful singing voice and said he's a drummer. Mm-hmm. Bill Nye is a musician. I bet there are so many musicians out there, and I'm not one of them. No, I am not. All's good. All right. Just watching the Dolphins beat the Patriots. Okay. Everybody's got to have a hobby. I like Dr. Oveda. I got a question. I got a question in there about my favorite topic, which would be the stearic acid. Yes, I had to ask that question. Carnivore crooners. Yes, we had carnivore crooners as well. Matter of fact, today I did get a shipment in of my English as a second language cocoa butter. Love me some cocoa butter. Makes my coffee smell and taste heavenly, and it has a lot of that stearic acid in there. Makes my mitochondria very happy. Yes, I do. Hey, Mike, I got a picture for you, okay? Yeah, Dr. He was. Are you ready, Mike? There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. You know, I felt so good about myself, and you can't tell it, but if you look at the thumb right there, you can barely tell it, right? When I was hanging out with John McCain one day, and all his fingers were so mangled from the torture he had. You know, didn't always agree with the man on everything, but I had to admit the man endured a lot of painful thing. Yep. All right. Yep. I had to hustle some too. Yep. You had to hustle. Yep. The Dr. Vader was awesome, awesome, awesome. So, what's next in the world of carnivore and for all of us? And I wanted to talk. I don't know if you heard that also, Mike. There seemed to be a fair amount of conversation during the Carnathon about political activism. And Mike, I know you know a lot more than the average bear, but I don't think people really understand how to effectively lobby their legislatures. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Didn't always agree with him, but you had him. Oh, yeah. You had him on the radio. So, yeah. I mean, I don't agree with him. I don't even agree with myself very often, right? I don't. But the important part is I don't think people understand what it takes to make policy and how that process works. And people, personal opinion, I think a lot of people like to hold elected officials to a standard they won't hold themselves to, right? I don't think it's right. I was listening to Sean at Intentional Carnivore, and Sean was talking about how one of the things that he resents a lot is people who sit on the sidelines lobbying things into a situation, right? Like if they're doing a challenge, like an exercise challenge or a BB&E challenge or the egg challenge, right? And people will kibitz and sit on the sidelines and throw in particularly negative commentary. And that he really resented that because how can you make a comment when you're just sitting there, armchair quarterbacking, so to speak, right? No. All right, Hillary said, "Got to go." Okay, you have a great day, Hillary. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you smashed the like. I hope what you see here is something you'll come back to. Just an opportunity for us to get together and conversate. And if ever you want to go on live with me, let me know. I'll throw out the link and you can come on in and share the screen with us. Okay. You take care, Hillary. Thank you so much. Hey, it's the big dog. You're not late, brother. You're not late. You're not late, big dog. How you doing? Great seeing you on the Carnathon the other night. That was awesome seeing you around there throughout the day. We just having a good talk. It's Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Y'all just coming in as Hillary Wallace is taking off. We have one of our friends from down under. All right, good to see you. Good to see you. Hello there. Hey, Meeting Wellness. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome. Yeah, we're just. I'm just throwing this out, letting people. If someone wants to come in, Natalie, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, everybody, make sure you look up in those comments and find out who's here. I expect maybe Hoosier Carnivore might show up. Who knows who might show up? It looked like it was a pretty slow night. Does anybody know if someone else is going live tonight? Does anybody know? There are a lot of ways people get involved. Someone wants to make a difference. I always say an expert is become a precinct committee. Well, you can do that. You can do that. I always think that I tell people if you want to get involved, just have 3 or 4 $25 checks. Mail them to the person of your choice. You'll be on the mailing list forever, and then we can talk about that more later. All right, Natalie, everybody's here. Laura saying, okay, what do you got, Laura? All right, to uphold the law, make laws in alignment with our Constitution. We are a constitution. Yes, that's true. That's true, Laura. But there's a challenge. There's a challenge in all that, and that is if you're going to be in the game, quote unquote, if you're going to be in the game, then you got to know not only the rules, you got to know the players, and you got to pay attention because it shifts and people. I mean, there's what they got, the right and dead right, okay, and you can stand on principle, or you can get things done, and that's not to say that you, quote unquote, always. How do I say this succinctly? That you always surrender your principle. But there are a lot of people who do things on principle who are totally ineffective. And your choice is, am I okay with being ineffective and standing on my principle? Now, there are principles that are unchangeable. But I always say, if you've ever been a parent, in my opinion, you have probably moderated some of your positions at times. Well, Malin, it's funny how it is. I know. Yeah, I know, huh? Well, here's what I told everybody. A lot of people say, hey, I want to be able to have the ear and be able to talk to people. Well, I would go to lots of fundraisers, and I've known, and after you've been to a couple fundraisers, you already know all the stump speeches. But if it's in your group, right, your governor, your senator, your congressman, you know their stump speeches. So you're in the back, and around in the front are the people trying to get a little shine from the flavor of the moment, right? Around the back are all the worker bees and other people, the people you can really get a chance to talk to. And I found that if you can't golf, being at a fundraiser is a tremendous opportunity. Hey there, Lawnmower. Good to see you, brother. I bet you're tired. Are you at work or are you at the house there, Jeremy? The thing I've noticed though is I at times had access to some really influential and powerful people that no one was listening to our sidebar, and I had the opportunity to affect a lot of policy because I was in the room with the decision makers, not one myself. So I just think that's pretty cool. You're at work, all right, brother. We understand that. I know that at times you have a feast or famine type of effort. Now, are you at the Microsoft job or the other one? You said you wanted to maintain the other one too. I'm just trying to learn. But I found that it's an amazing way you can build credibility and a relationship with people at a fundraiser. And if you're not there, you can't build it. The only other people I know who are really effective, let's see, midwives were very effective at their lobby and they never spent money. They just had volunteers. Homeschoolers, very effective. I loved dealing with them, and I had a great relationship with them, but they didn't spend a lot of money. So people think it's all big money. It isn't necessarily, but you do have to know how to bring a constituency around. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about how we have these different constituencies. We have ranchers, right? We have different industries that support the ranchers. Of course, we have the buyer, the consumer, right? And all too often, I believe those who hold positions antithetical to ours, right? People who hold something antithetical to ours, they don't want us getting together, and they don't want us having time to formulate ideas, right? Well, now, but see, I went to a confab one time, and a lot, boondoggles. A few more weeks, and you have your weekends. All right, way to go, Jeremy, and that'd be great. At this confab that I would go to, boondoggles, national wise, with people from all over, we were able to trade ideas and make arrangements and find moments where we were really on page. So, for instance, there was a movement, people in the, particularly in Arizona. Matter of fact, there was an issue with people who like to drive 4-wheel drive vehicles for sport and fun. Well, when you drive a four-wheel drive vehicle in a forested area, that forested area can recover, other than getting burnt down, can recover fairly quickly from trails and damage and stuff. But the desert doesn't recover quickly. You can damage things in the desert that will take hundreds of years to repair that ecosystem. So we were able to get a constituency that involved the Sierra Club and Sportsman's Club and work together on a common thing to where they could preserve the ability for them to do their four-wheel drive, and the four-wheelers were willing to get licensed, pay fees, have limited areas, okay, for the privilege to be able to do it, and so anyway, they were able to work together. So I really learned from that sometimes one of our biggest challenges in anything we do is finding the common ground, not trying to make everything absolutely common. So, for instance, I have found that in our society, we have become so polarized that it's all or nothing. I either get all of what I want or I don't go for anything. Instead of saying, hey, I can take a half a loaf. Four people meet around a table. Someone has some sourdough, someone has some pumpernickel, someone has rye, and maybe someone else has, I don't know, you pick your bread of your choice, right? Whole wheat bread, right? None of us are eating it, but, that bread people there. No one should leave that table empty-handed. Now, you may have a little more rye than you wanted or a little less pumpernickel than you wanted, right? But no one should leave the table empty-handed. That's not negotiations. Right? That's a fascist state. And all too often, people don't want to sit down and say, well, let's find where we are common and work with that instead of celebrate and figure out what we can work together instead of just saying, this is where we don't get along and therefore nothing can be done. That, my friends, to me, is not a very mature point. All right. Longway says, yes, with me, I don't know how to work. So, yeah, I know. No one does. All right. Hey, meeting. It's Mike. Yeah, no, it's not hump day. That's right. I love spending time with family. Yeah, this weekend was a bit chaotic. That's for sure. I know that as a retiree, I get all days kind of off. Matter of fact, the only day that is not off is my Sundays, and that's okay that my Sundays aren't off. I have 7 other days I can do that on, right? All right. So, yeah, that's just a phone call. Sorry about that. I just watched your poop. Oh, okay. Got to be careful. Got to be very careful when you start reading these things out loud here and throwing it up on the screen, Yeah, nothing like a poop talk to get everybody's attention, particularly if you're carnivore or if you have a IBS, right? Yeah, we'll all have to do it. If we don't, we can't join the car. Yeah. Yeah, that is so true there. That is so true there. I know that for me and myself and all of that, I've always had a very slow digestive process, and it didn't get any faster, generally speaking. Yep, I was on a live day and we talked poop. Yep, right. Okay, so if you're going to talk poop, did any of your poop talk go around the topic of C. diff and fecal transplants? Anybody? Bueller? No? Scott, do you think that Biden will be saying bye-bye? Okay, so let me be discreet and as direct as I can. I don't believe that President Biden is in full control of all his faculties. That's what I think. Hello there, midlife carnivore. How are you? How you doing today? Good to see you. Welcome to the house of Scotty P. Literally, this is my house and this is my office. And this is not a computer-generated mess. This is my mess. I love my mess. But as far as President Biden is concerned, I don't know that he'll be the nominee at the time it comes up. But it's not in my hands. I can only control what I can control. I definitely did not do that video first. No, of course not. No, you agree, Susan? I get you. Doing great. I am so glad. Hey, everybody, make sure you introduce yourself, talk to one another, look up and down the chat. If someone in here says, hey, Scott, I'd like to get on the screen, let me know. I'll post the link. You can come in. It does not have to be me going like this for 2 hours, okay? Y'all can feel free to jump in. Lord, praise report. Yes, Valencia. I know. Over there in North Carolina, getting the tumor. Yes. Many hemangiomas are benign, but they are troublesome. She has a huge staple. Yes. But I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad she came through because anesthesiology alone is cause for pause. And I'm not a man, but if I'd be, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I try hard not to be hateful, and even though we're different, right? You have to all right, hey, you take care of yourself along the way. I'm not going to make any promises, but we're gonna do what we can here, just to give you all an opportunity to chitty chat. Yep. There you go. All right, let's go. You want to talk poop? I'm your gal for me. Yes, you are. You know what? Okay, so I tell you, midlife. So I love my mess too. It's my there you go. It's a sign of a brilliant mind, right? You take care, Longmore. I want to get through these. My President Biden clearly not right thing. He may not be on the. Yeah, I tell you what. I think the powers to be within the political apparatchik understand what's going on, and I do believe they're going to make an exit for him, and particularly with everything going on with his son Hunter. So that's the way I see it. Boobity bop, midlight. You're going to find my show all good. Hey, right. So I want to tell you. So here's what happened. When I was doing the political thing, and again, for those who didn't know, I was a state senator in Nebraska, and I was selected by the Metro Omaha Medical Society to shadow doctors for a couple of days. And so there wasn't just myself, a couple other senators and other people who they thought were, quote unquote, shakers and movers in the community. And what they did is they matched us up with different doctors, and I got to go watch a cochlear implant. So a young girl, I got to watch a trigeminal nerve release. I guess I should do it on the good side of my face. And I got to go to see that GI stuff. Yeah, not what I wanted to see, but it was very interesting. But yeah, so yeah. Anyhow, let's catch up with some of these. You're not into politics? Yeah, but Susan, here's our problem. And I don't disagree with you, and I'm not hating on you. I think the issue is we all are in politics to some level or another, and many of us who would consider ourselves to be devout Christians, we're told that we really can't be on the sidelines, but it's the way it is, right? Be bold, yes. Bold carnivore. Welcome to the House of Scotty P with your host, Scotty P, as we just talk about things that are important to us. You can throw out a topic. By the way, feel free to promote. If you want to promote down in the comments, promote. Let people know you're out there. Put your page out there, and it will help me too. And I go back and I can follow people, and I can be a part of your world as well. But welcome, Bob. I hope that everybody had a great time with that 24-hour. Yes, you do vote. I get that. But I tell people all the time, like, this is the primary. If you want to have the most impact you can possibly have, participate in the primary as much as you can. There are times, when I first moved here to Alabama, about 10 years ago, there was a special election. I went to vote and only 12 people voted in my precinct. 12. A high school football team could have determined the outcome of the ballot initiative. Yep, good. Lots of people. That's right. I love it. Again, anybody wants to jump in, jump in. Let me know. I'll let you come up on the screen, and we can talk about whatever's important to you, not just me. Yes, I know you did, B Dog. I was in there plugging away and throwing out comments and super chats as I could. But and I will tell you, where do I have this one? Yeah, look. So this right here, see that, a little debit card. This is my card I got from the Plasma Donation Center, and that's what I was doing super chats off of. It is now empty, but it went for a good cause, a great cause. Matter of fact, we watch a lot of it. Try. Okay, so what do we got here? Yeah, I was trying to, just a little bit. I just, it was more about nice to meet you. Yeah, yes. I love the humor. I think the thing is that as the chats were going by, and Ali would say, "Hey, somebody super chat, do a sticker, do a something." I wanted to make sure that something was going on, because sometimes, like a tip jar. For many years, I worked in bars, and you'd always have to bait that tip jar because people see an empty jar didn't feel compelled to participate. So I always kind of wanted to bait it just a little bit. Yeah. In the UK, yeah. I'm not going to talk about politics in a negative way, but I do believe that, politicians will behave like children. They'll get away with everything they can until they're held accountable. Yep. Yes, I sure did. I went to the place for days on end to build up a reservoir, if you would. Pardon the pun. And knowing that this was coming up, and that way I had a way to do it, because what I'm trying to do with this StreamYard and what I'm doing with YouTube. Look, not everybody can be like Carrie at Homestead How. There are very few lightning in a bottles like Bill Knott, and I have no jealousy and no hate towards anybody, but it isn't realistic to expect to get monetized anytime soon. However, I would say, I am doing a video on carving a bowl. Oh, seriously? Ooh. Sorry. I hope it's a little dog. I hope it's just a little not a whole. Leave you to what you have to do. Sorry about that. All right. Hey, good to see you, my friend. Did you get my email back? Get my reply? I hope so. Yeah. I was in the house. Yeah, everybody's in the house. That's good. I missed so much. I was devastated. I've been waiting ages for my weekend had no. Yeah, but it's out there. You can get into it, and you can live vicariously through the comments. You can. You really can. Pet ownership. Yeah, I have 2 puppies. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. The replay would be great because you can fast forward to some of it, But it was amazing to watch the amount of participation. I think that was just a testament to how important this, should I say, movement is, right? And midlife, I'm looking at you when I say movement. All right, maybe that's not funny. Oh, yep, a small dog. Good. Hey, it's the Woodster. Woodster, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. How was your day of worship? How's your family doing? Let's see, almost 9 o'clock our time. I guess the little ones are getting ready for bed, already down. I hope that all is well. Okay, no worries. I just know I'm gonna be out of town the first weekend. I'll try to do some lives, and I'll try to go from my phone. But I've noticed when I do a live from my phone, it doesn't work great. So someone might have to, at that point in time, fill in for late night at Scotty's or the gathering, so we can keep this going, so this time slot doesn't get absorbed by the other 496,000 carnivores. Yep. Feed that dog some steak. Well played, Natalie. Well played. Well, adding chapters would be tough. That would be tough. I know, 1,000 people. Is that not amazing? Movement. Yeah. Thank you. Movement. Is that like a cow joke there too? We could have a poop joke and a cow joke. 1 hour 40, and I'm watching it over. Okay, you can watch it over. Yep, that's good. So what's going on with you, Mr. Woodster? What's going on with you and the fam? Anyone catch the singers at the 24-hour do? No. I didn't. I did not catch the singers. I did catch Russ singing happy birthday. And too bad if Natalie were here. Oh, not Natalie, excuse me. If Aaliyah were here, I would sing happy birthday. I would. I'd be like, happy birthday to you. Maybe not. Anyhow, but everybody should have a happy birthday, right? Great day. What did the 24-hour? I'm here well over 50 grand, but I'm not sure. Don't hold me to that. I did good. It was good. Cow chip bingo is a thing. Hashtag just saying. That's right, Mike Shaw. They sure did. So you're saying, what did they make? Like I said earlier, someone said 60,000. I don't know. If someone has the bandwidth and the time, hint, 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 go pick up the 24-hour and go to the end. I'm sure, or about 2 hours from the end, because I know they're doing a lot of testimonials at the end. So I don't know if they get the total at the end of all testimonials that they did. But I do know around 7 o'clock in the morning, they had well over 30,000. They had over 30,000, or 6 o'clock in the morning. I was going off to church, so I didn't get a chance. I just thought it'd be gauche to have have it playing while I was praying. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yep. It is amazing. It was amazing. And it was amazing to see some of the people that stepped up that did. And then I do believe people got the idea, and throwing out super chats was awesome. But they only get half of a super chat. So if you throw out $100 super chat, they're only getting $50. If you threw $100 into the GoFundMe, they get all $100. That's awesome, right? Yep. Yep. Innumerable. Oh, yeah. The innumerable use for cow pies. That's right. All right. Here it is. Matthew says 60,911 US dollars raised of a $50,000 goal. Amen. 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 That's so good. We are going to see great dividends from that. I think that's awesome. The GoFundMe was at 60. I know they started out pretty hefty already, though, right? Because they had the 10-hour before, and they had that one big donation. Yeah, the documentary will be worth it for sure. How do we join you? I can probably do it in a little while. Well, what you do? Let me see how I do this. Now stand by. Stand by for news. I'll copy that. Now most people say don't do this, but I'm not most people. What I did is I've gone ahead. I pasted a link there in the comments, and if you're ready, you put that into your browser. You go to it. I'll see an image pop up on my screen, and then I will join you and let you come on in. And that's how we do it. It's pretty simple. Yeah. YouTube take 50%. They take 50% of those super chats. So a lot of people threw in hundreds of dollars and gave half of it to YouTube. Yeah. Make sure they're baked solid. Yeah, you don't want to throw that snowball. No. So how does that get taxed? Well, that's a really good question. I don't know. But I suspect there's a tax man somewhere watching for all of this. And I think maybe that's one reason I'm not worried about monetizing things, right? Yeah, LLC, that would be probably right, Mike. I mean, if you're going to do something like that, you're going to need to carry insurance. You're going to need to be bonded, particularly if you're going to rent a lens. Mike, I'm sure you've known about that, but you rent lenses and camera bodies and lighting equipment. It gets to be pretty expensive. Yeah, frisbees with Mike. Nope, not going to play. I bet you that's a competitive frisbee golf game, right? Yeah, I did the same thing, Mike. I did both ways. I threw the little dollars through the super chats and stickers until I killed the card. They moved to a new card. The company I go to do the plasma with, they moved to a new card. So that one was just sitting there. So drained it. But let's see what else we have here. Yep. Everybody said hi, ho. What do you know? Lord, just hoping they don't get. Well, we 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 can only hope, right? We can only hope. But one of the things I think of many things, I think I believe that Kerry is going to be an excellent steward of what he has received, and I believe that he will do he will do as he is led to by a divine power, which will always yield um, what we need the most. Trying to be very careful that we understand that we don't say, I get what I want, right? Yep, they'll have lots of expenses to write off. Oh, yeah. Just traveling, you think about it. Just traveling around the country to go back up to Alaska, to go down to Texas, to go to Omaha, to come down to Alabama, and all points in between. They got to sleep somewhere. Yep. Read more during testimony. I dozed off, woke up, and they were saying goodbye. I believe they were giving. Yeah, I know. That is awesome. That is awesome. But you can burn through that pretty darn quick. I've got a friend, an acquaintance friend, who makes documentaries for a living, makes quite good ones. And he does them for the Department of Navy and other, like the History Channel and for museums. And he'll spend $1 to $2 million pretty quick. Super high end, but $1 to $2 million. So I don't know. If I look like I'm a little squinty, I apologize. I'm trying to use my eyeballs some more. I've been listening to testimonies where people were saying how their eyesight's getting better. And one of the things I've read, and again, I'm not a doctor, I didn't go to medical school. This doesn't constitute medical advice. Please consult your physicians before undertaking any changes in your life. When our eyes, our eyeballs, they're surrounded by these great big muscles and they're stuck in the bones. And the muscles bend and squeeze our eyes. And children who have been spending so much time, particularly since COVID, with their iPads right in their face, for their eyes to maintain the focus, the muscles have squeezed so much that round eyes are starting to look more like eggs, getting oblong, and they're getting nearsighted. And so that can be corrected to a point, but the whole way that the cornea, I wish we had an eye doctor in the group. Is there an eye doctor in the house? The way the cornea will work, the muscles will actually squish your eyeball in different ways with those muscles to bring things into focus. When you have glasses on, your eyes don't have to squish. Those muscles don't have to be utilized so much, and they could get lazy. We don't want a lazy eyeballs. So I wonder sometimes if the carnivore way that is improving some people's eyesight isn't a matter of loss of adipose tissue on the head, right, and in the face, allowing the eyes to move out in a more natural position, therefore allowing those muscles to do more, plus the mitochondrial health and everything else. Kerry is a businessman with theories. I'm sure he has wisdom. I agree with you. Mike said they have a decent camera. You could do a lot of yes, you can. But again, they wanted to make sure they had the right camera. I know for the last video series I was in, they were shooting on a great big red camera with some really nice lenses. The update tomorrow, I'm sure they were exhausted. There's no way you can get through that easy. Gimbal, yeah, but yeah, they can. But I think though they're using much more than gimbals, and I know that Kerry does drone. He's a drone operator too. I know all of us have pulled a late night before, an all-nighter, and there's no way to be and you can't make up for lost sleep. I didn't know that. All those years in the military, you don't make up for lost sleep. You just try to get your health back. You do. Pulling a small camper or staying with carnivore would save some. Oh yeah, it would. It would. You're absolutely right, Worcester. But then you have a security thing. I'm sure they'll figure it out, though. If you plan it right, I bet you they can find, and they can do some couch surfing. I mean, I got a whole spare area in my house. I can let someone spend the time. Not that anybody can come here, but they get a distributor other than Netflix. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think once you have it recorded, you're given that latitude, right? And that's the thing about this whole movie business. Like the web series I'm in is not a Netflix. They did it Hulu. They've done all sorts of things, but they didn't do that. Even though it's shot professionally, edited professionally, they chose to go a different route because, as you can imagine, it's like getting a contract. You're a small business and you get a contract with Walmart. That can be the kiss of death to a small business. What Walmart will do is they will negotiate a first year price that is pretty low. Doesn't leave you a lot of headspace, right? But in year 2 and year 3, they want even more savings from you. So you're a person, you're turning out 5,000 widgets a year, but you've got the widget of the year. Everybody wants your widget. So Walmart says, look, we'll buy 40,000 of them. And you're like, okay, and you go through all your calculations to make 40,000. But the second year, they're gonna want 40,000 at price X. The next year, they may want 60,000, but at X minus 20%. And the third year, they want 80,000 in that year at X minus 35%. And if you don't build your first numbers right, you're out of business before it's long. And their contracts, their attorneys are quite good at what they do. So it's really tough to get involved with them. So let's go check out some of these. Netflix, a great point. I was wondering if Netflix would even be interested in globalist. Well, that's true. That's true. You got to pick carefully. So there becomes this balance question. You got to go back to work, Bold. Thanks for dropping in. Smash the like. Make sure you followed everybody. You know, all the routine. Okay. Come on back anytime. We hang out here for quite a bit. But you got to be careful who you get into that proverbial business relationship with. Michaela did TEDx, Maysville Con. They refused to put it on you. I know. So she did. The bottom line is we are in a war. Did any of you see Sean Baker's post today? If you saw Dr. Sean Baker's post today, spam a 1 or a number in the comments. Let me know. Let me know. I don't want to know. I don't want to feel like I'm talking to myself here. Anybody? Bueller? Okay. I'm going to go into it just a little bit. Dr. Baker, he was in the military. Dr. Baker is an osteo doctor, right? So he's a bone doctor. Does a lot of surgery. Okay. When you go to this, bring your tissues, okay? So as a military doctor and a bone doctor, he was entreated to doing his job on the battlefield or in the battlefields over in Southwest Asia. And he has seen the worst that people can do to one another. And as a doctor, he did doctoring. Oh, you saw his interview on the marathon. No, he did another one that he posted today. And he was quite frank about and quite upfront about the horrors of war, challenges of being a medical professional. And he spent a good 12 minutes talking about all this. I mean, just ripping your heart out, right? And he wasn't just a medic. He's a full-up doctor for trauma. And, I was a combat lifesaver. So my job, in addition to doing what my regular job was, and in addition to doing my regular weather job for the Army, I was also the guy who was supposed to take the most of what I could find of a comrade, put it together best as I could to get off to a medic, to an aid station. When I did it for the first Desert Storm, there weren't but like 1 or 2 of us in a unit. They eventually figured out everybody should be able to run an IV line, to know what to do for shock and all those things, right? Sucking chest wounds and those types of things. What I can tell you from my experience is people are surviving much more horrific wounds on the battlefield than they ever did before. They have what they call the golden hour. And before, shock, blood loss, things like that, and you're pretty much not doing well. And if you ever get to look at the CFR Code of Federal Regulations for disabilities, you will see that there's a lot of disability that a person can get for like missing part of this finger and a thumb on one hand, both hands, part of an eye, an ear, a buttocks, a testicle, whatever you could be missing or blowed up. They have a way of measuring the value of that for your disability, right? So now Dr. Baker's talking about dealing with people that don't have faces, they just have the orifices left, right? Well, they're surviving. So he talks about all this only to get to the point, and let me not lose this. Only get to the point, say, we are in a battle with the globalists about eating bugs and vegetables. And he said what he did before, he'd do again, particularly for our rights and our freedoms. And this is a right and a freedom that we need to join in. And that's why I was talking about the politics. Okay, let's get through some of these. Let's go on here. Mike Shaw, I've been living by quiet or something slightly less quiet. Example, work and 3 people come down. Yep. There you go. That's what you do. If you live in it, if you're walking the walk instead of just talking the talk, people do tend to notice that. That is a call. If you don't know the Lord, it must be more heroic. Yeah, I know. It got to be. And it was good to hear Dr. Baker because he was not shy in this short video that he made. He was not shy to say he understands the relationship of God in his life. Christy, you're killing. Looking forward to watching your channel grow. All right, that's great. And by the way, anybody wants to throw an interview out, I have one interview with Poco with JT. I have another one where we're working with Greg to schedule, and I'd be happy to come on any time and if you want to interview. But all I know is that I'm always available. You know me, getting me to talk's not a problem. It's getting me to shut up. Speaking of which, I don't know if you all remember. I think I talked about it many moons ago, right before school started in August. Our church goes out and we feed the local teachers. We have about 13 schools in our cluster that are our church services, and we try to do as much as we can with the teachers. So we have a day we feed the teachers when they're in service before a class starts. And we were at one of the bigger schools, and I was with a young man I've talked to you about, young Mr. Kyle. His grandfather, his parents don't want anything to do with him. Mom's in prison. Dad wants nothing to do with him. Grandpa's been raising him. Grandpa's in a facility now because he's sick and trying to get healthy. So he's in not assisted living, a rehab. There goes the word. So anyway, Kyle, the whole group of us are trying to minister and do things that Kyle needs done. And there's a lot that needs to be done, not just for Kyle, but for the situation. Anyway, we went to Kyle's school and we were serving lunch to the teachers, and the teacher for political science came by. Kyle introduced me to the teacher. We talked, and I said, by the way, if anybody wants to, if you ever want to interview or have me come talk to the kids, because I did serve in the only unicameral in the United States, and he took me up on it. So I am going on Tuesday. What did I say? Tuesday? We're going on Tuesday to speak for 4 hours, 3 different political science classes on the unicameral. So yeah. Wait until Lioness Lifestyle comes out. Yes. I want to know that at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's so good because I'll do this out. So I'll be your after show there, okay? After the Lioness Lifestyle, you all can feel free. Throw a plug. Go to Scotty's for the after party, all right? That's just me being me. Shameless plug. Shameless. Oh, you betcha. Well, we love taking care of our teachers, and it's amazing here in Alabama. Now, this is in Alabama. Your public profession of faith is highly encourageable, but we do everything we can on multiple levels, and we do a lot with the students, and we do a lot of in-reach with our students and our schools all the time. I'm going to go be on with Carrie on Tuesday. All right. Z-Day. All right. Cool, Mike. Good on you. It's going to be pretty funny. Pretty soon, we're all going to be interviewing each other, and it'll be like a great big round robin of interviewing. We got to get some new meat in here. Got to get some new people in here, huh? Bible study Tuesday nights. Pop in when you can. There you go. There we go. All right. Just going down these. Yep. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, so whatever we can do to help each other, but not just that, but to help raise awareness. Limitless Lindy, enjoy your interviews. 2 scheduled October. Poco. Yep. I'll be doing Poco. Don't be nervous. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. You're awesome at telling your own story. I think that's what people need to remember. Telling your own story. That's great. Susan, cool. What time? No, yep. And you'll be great, Lindy. Absolutely. A lot of Tuesday night. Now, I have a men's accountability group on Monday nights. We did Monday, went to Wednesday, we're back to Mondays. We like Monday better. Lots of things to see. But, we can always catch the replays. Let's not forget that, all right? Yeah, Mike Shaw, Thursday, because you chat with carnivores, with JT that day. Yep. Everybody's going to be interviewing everybody. That's why I hope you all will, if you don't mind, okay? If you won't mind, if you could throw a plug in for what we do here, all right? Again, as you know, I'm more than happy to bring people in. This is not just Scotty doing hours and hours of speaking, even though I'm unfortunately capable of it. But it's a place we can all meet and talk about the topics that are important to us. And in the absence of a topic, I'll be more than happy to fill the void with either a story or an experience or things going on. But again, I'm always open to topics, and I'm always here for you all to talk about and share what you want to talk about. So again, the important part is you let me know. Yeah, so many shows. That's it. Replays. That's going to be it for all of us is the replays. The other thing I engender for each of us or ask that each person does is, you're going to be real good with JT, Lindy. I really do believe it. But I really think that once maybe we get 3 or 4 times in telling our story, and you all help me with this, okay? This is just something coming off my head. Once we tell our story for 3 or 4 or 5 times, or maybe after a month of telling our story, it might be good if we find anecdotes or aspects of our story that we might not have told before. And the reason I say this is when I was, and you'll hear this often, so that's one of the things, the things we have to be careful for. When you hear a stump speech enough times, you tend to tune out. And remember, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. You don't want people tuning out. And the only way to keep people from not tuning out is to give that variability to it. That doesn't mean we change our story or we tell fabrications, but there are different ways that we can talk about it. The other thing to do is to change out our environment. So, for instance, the other day, I have another channel that I read the 1-year chronological Bible each and every day. I read it, record it, and post it. Very few, if no edits. It's just all extemporaneous, if you will. Well, the reading is reading, right? And I did it the other day from my car. A friend of ours has leukemia. She has to go get fairly frequent transfusions. And so we went with her to the hospital. My wife was with her, and I went down to do my reading. And I did it from my car in the parking deck. And what I learned was, one, it's a lot more difficult to read in a car, in public, to read my scripture. So that told me that I need to do that more. The other thing was, I think a security guard came by one time, was looking in the window, and I didn't really recognize because I'm just head down reading, right? And people thought that was interesting, but I do believe there's opportunities for us to do what we do in our interviews in ways that will keep it fresh. So let's talk about that, okay? All right, let's go here. Doodly. We have for Mike. I have not either. I have not figured out either. I've got a question out to JT, but I do know we can make a post. And JT sent me a thumbnail. He said a fingernail. Yeah, we're pulling fingernails and mailing them. No, JT sent me a thumbnail, and I think what I'm doing, I'm just going to make a post. I'm just going to put that on a post and put it on there. I don't know about the link. I've asked him to tell me, but hopefully before it goes on, he'll tell us. Okay. All right. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Yeah, I know, huh? The gray hair didn't give it away? Regards something. Yeah, that's why I got a question for the Sand and the Press guy. I asked him about the Yeah, something different. That's right. That's right. Same story gets old, but there's always new people watching. True. They're true. There are new people, but I do believe that there's a way to do it. And for some of us, we sling the word salad pretty quickly, so it's a little easier. Hey, anybody who can help me figure out how to post the link. I'm supposed to be getting interviewed Tuesday, and I haven't put anything up yet. I have not put anything up yet. All right. We're laughing at something, and I'm missing the laughter, but that's okay. I can make a post on my community tab. Maybe someone will see it. Okay, I got to figure this out. Someone's going to have to call me. Call me, Alabama. I said tricky in 200 words or less. Yep. Oh, I can do 200 words or less. No, I can't even say hello in less than 200 words. But I do have, matter of fact, I'm gonna put it down here in the comment section. And again, I'm doing all this without my glasses, so pardon me if I have spelling errors. I hope I won't. Trying hard not to move my lips when I type. Do any of you do that? Let's see if it worked. Ladies and gentlemen, put it out here and doodle. Let's see. Oh, the fingernail. Yeah, the fingernail. All right. Okay. What do you need help with? Specifically, what I need help with? Gosh, that list is so long. No. What I want to do is I'm being interviewed on JT, the Poco Moonshine family, and he sent me a thumbnail and a link, and I wanted to post it to my timeline. I'm not terribly sure how I do a posting link to a timeline. I don't know, because I don't want to be jumping in on it. Okay, if you're hosting, you set it all up, send the interview the link and a thumbnail. Then they go into the link and set up where they are streaming it. Then, okay, see, I don't know how to do that in StreamYard. See, carnivorescott@gmail.com. I got it right. Yay. Hey, feel free to email me, and I will email you back my cell phone number. And if you can talk me through it, that'd be awesome. Some of you already have my cell phone number. Feel free to call me or text me first during the daytime, and we'll figure a way to get that done. I mean, I don't think it's imperative, but I believe it would be important. But first, you have to link your StreamYard to your YouTube. I have. I'm here now. You all found me on YouTube, right? I got that part. I just don't know how to do the other part. And my ignorance is boundless. I believe my interview is live and local. That I've done. I think I got it. Okay, cool. Michael. No, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm not worried about it. Go into the link and set it up. Oh, do that now before live. Okay. All right. I'll try. If I blow it up, what's the worst to happen? They'll take away my my dog tags and stamp them no dessert. See the chat previous to the one about linking the two accounts together. Okay, I'll do it. I'll figure it out. I'm a boomer. Yes, I'm a boomer, and I'm not a technically savvy boomer. I'm an ultimate user. That's what I did stream my live today that Carnivore Backwards was hosting, so I know where to find that. All right, Mike. Sweet. I'm gonna do it. I'm sure I'll get through it. And it'll be an interesting time, and that will be that. But again, for all of you who are going on to different platforms, if you got if you have the inclination to support what we're doing here, to have a confab, a gathering of like-minded people who can just drop in and out and not have to be at a super scheduled thing. I don't have a scheduled group of celebrity squares here, and you know that you can drop in and out here. It's kind of like open mic night. How you like that, Mike? Yeah. Then by all means, shout it out on the different channels to say, hey, yeah, by the way, if y'all want to go to the after party or the gathering or whatever you're going to call it, then that'd be all good. Okay. All right. Let's see. It's cool. Boomer, Gen X. All right. Yeah, Boomer, Gen X. It all works. Okay. We'll catch up, go back, identify the millennial. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty good tech stuff. My channel about phones. Yep. I no, I'm not illiterate. You like hearing the stories over and over again? That is cool, especially as you're in a story, right? Mic check, I'm fine. I I know that there's a lot of people's stories, and I think telling them, and I believe again, you tell your story best. But when we get the chance, we want to make sure that in telling our story that we provide a situation for people to grasp it. Susan Hamp, there you go. EST, so AEDT. Oh, I bet you that's for our friends down under Australian Eastern Daylight Time. AEDT. That's like 365 hours ahead. Yeah. Never gets old. I know. It never gets old. I can build you a website, but you don't want me to build you a cabinet. I get it. You don't want me to build a cabinet or a website, but I can. I can talk you through it. But I wouldn't make a good negotiator for people, because unless they were if someone's trying to hurt themselves and they had me talk to them, I could just lull them to sleep, right? Yeah, there you go, Mike. Hey, you got to stick to what you're good at. You got to stick to what you are good at. All right. So what do we have here? Don't feel bad if no one's asked you for an interview. I've had a lot of success and no one has asked me yet. I just started giving others a chance to tell the story. That's half the battle. And well, here's a good question for all of you. And that is, at this point in time, is your goal to share your story, grow your YouTube channel, or be a YouTube influencer? Right? And here's my challenge. I primarily just want to share. Maybe too much. I want to share. I don't know that I'm going to do everything that's necessary to monetize. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I think the first way I'm going to monetize is if I make merch. Pay attention. I'm going to make wooden bowls, and I'm going to make some wooden bowls and not large bowl. Now I don't use a lathe. I just do by hand and grind and do and sand. And normally I'm using stuff like walnut. And as you heard, I use walnut that's been labeled imperfect, not worthwhile, going to the burn pile. And I rescue it and repurpose it and for a reason. But I might just make the bowls. And then I thought, well, maybe I could make. How many of you have ever been have been overseas to Europe or something like that? Have any of you been to Europe? All right, let's go catch up with some chats. Natalie, I'm Gen X. There you go. That is skills, Christy. There you go. Mike says, I'm a boomer, barely, but I slid in there. There you go. Crazy skills with a Z. There you go. Nope, none of the above. Okay. Well, that's it. And sorry, at Meaning Wellness, autocorrect got me. Doesn't it get everybody? Okay, I'm a motivator. I am trying to help many people. Yep. Get across the barrier starting. Exactly. I get it. That's a great place to be, Brent. I tell you. The reason I asked that is that never been out of the US. Okay, so in Europe, and I've been to most of the European nations, not all of them, but most of them, they'll eat a lot off of wooden plates. And I don't mean like a wooden plate that's decorative, but just basically, for lack of a better word, it's like a cutting board, but not a cutting board. And I was thinking about just making cutting boards out of this wood and maybe wood burning on them, something, making something personal. Because you take a steak out and you put your steak down on your plate, and if all we're eating is steaks and stuff like that, hey, maybe we could make just a great big plate. They could be square plates, they could be round plates, they can be, oobly goobly plates, but you can just put your steak on it. And it has just a little bit of a depression in it, so when you cut it, the juice doesn't run off. And then you just put it and wash it, and then after a few years, you toss it, you get another one. Thought about maybe making some merch like that. I'm not sure. Not sure. All right. I'm glad no one's missing anything there. I started to help to inspire. Bill Sway made me come out. Yep, that's right. But now I love documenting my journey and try. Oh, that's right. Finding Lindy and the thing is you're very correct there, Lindy. And is that it inspires others. For every one of us that discover what this lifestyle, and it is a lifestyle, it's more than a diet. For every one of us that discover and share, there are 10, 20, 100 more of us. And they're just looking for that one person who has that unique way of saying the same thing that reaches our hearts. And I believe each one of you that are in this stream tonight would be overjoyed at impacting one person's life. That's right. All right. I went to Europe with 15. Yep. All right. That's cool. Right on. Right on. Oh, do I have sample yet? Well, I have. Well, of the plate, no. Of the bowls, yes, I do. I do. Let's see. I think I'm making one wild one right now, so I can do what I want. I just got another carving spoon here recently too. Let me see what I have going on here. Pardon me, I don't mean to be gauche, but yeah, okay, that's good, and that's good. Okay, that's good. Bible study, guys, talk about it. I'm going to make a video. I guess maybe tomorrow I'll spend some time. So this is one of my bowls. You can see that right there. Well, if I don't turn it, but it's oblong and different, and that's a great big block of cocoa butter sitting in it. That's one of my bowls. But that's not the one I'm really focused on here of late. I'm making a video on this bowl right here. You can kind of see it there. Kind of looks like the state of Nebraska almost. I'm going to take those edges off. But yeah, it's about an 1.5 inch, 1.75 inch piece of walnut. I'm big in it. You can kind of see the grain there now. I got a lot of work to do to it yet, but I'll get it done. I'm not trying to make them for like profit, so to speak, like making big money. I just want to make them because one, I like to do it, and two, it keeps me off of YouTube. But the plates, I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe like I'll go measure my cabinets. I want to make sure I don't make a plate too big for cabinets, but something you could stack a couple in, maybe be a half inch thick. That's what I'm thinking about. All right, I got you, dog. All right, big great item. Yeah, and it's just I get all by hand, nothing. I don't do CNCs and stuff like that. I'm not against it. I'm just not to it. Now, yeah, he has inspired a lot of people, and you can see how Bill's losing that weight already. He sure is. Serving others, that's right. It's about losing weight. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be diet is a 4-letter word, and the first 3 letters of diet are die. Why would we want to affiliate with that, right? So no, I think I'll leave the influencers to the influencers, and for the rest of us, we'll be inspirational, motivational, available. So we're a bunch of bulls, right? I'm sure your hand carved iron will sell. You can woodburn. Yeah, I could do all sorts of different things. So we're gonna see. We're gonna have fun with it. It's got to be something. The wood won't cost me a lot because again, the gentleman I get it from says I'm gonna throw it away. It's imperfect wood, so he's gonna throw it away and burn it. And I think that I will write up my little story to put on the card. I'm not gonna sell 1 million of them. I don't want that headache. I just want people to have something they can cut their steak up on and take it with them where they go and have a nice meal, and maybe I can put some scripture on there, something like that, a reference, just because it's important, right? Very unique, yeah. Everything I make, so I get a piece of wood. Oh, I'm sure. I think so. I take this piece of wood that is destined to be thrown away and become to burnt to ashes, right? And I try to repurpose it and find the beauty in it without forcing the square peg into the round hole. And that's the whole story. It's like a salvation story if you think about it. What wood is that? Oh, it was walnut. Yeah, walnut. And I have other woods, but terminals. Oh yeah, right. All right, all right. All right, I'm glad. Yeah, it's funny. We think we sub to people and we hit the buttons. I don't know what goes on out there. It's happened to me. It is happened to me. You can count my vote. I don't know. You can count my vote or count on my vote. I don't know. But the point is, I don't believe I'm going to aim to be a influencer. And for those who are, I'm not mad. But I suspect Dr. Barry makes much more revenue from his YouTube and his merch type things than he does from his practice. I'm not saying that his practice doesn't do well. I know that Dr. Hampton is very much into his practice, as are Dr. Ovadia and Dr. Chafee. I don't know if Chafee is doing pinup calendars or not, but I'm only jealous. It's the only reason I threw that in there. I'm beefcake. Sure I am. I look more like the side of beef on the hoof than anything else, but it is what it is. Yep, everybody needs to be subbed to Lindy. That's right. If you're not subbed to Lindy, you're missing out on a great opportunity to be able to get some candid feedback. I love Lindy's weekly update. It's just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right down the line, bada boom, bada bing, or bada bing, bada boom. You gotta have a bing before you have a boom. I gotta remember that one. But I love the weekly updates, and I need to start doing some long form videos. But that's why I think I'm gonna do the one in my garage where I'm making this bowl. I think I'll do part one. We'll get it from the rough hewn part down to the initial sanding and some shaping, and then the final one will be the final bowl. Then I just ordered a gouge today, a large gouge. So I will be gouging some wood to make some bowls, and I'm gonna make some smaller bowls, and then again the plates. Gonna make the plates and see how that works. Just to make a couple plates, something you can throw a steak on. Cutting boards we can find. You can get cutting boards galore. Cutting boards mean you have to take the wood, you have to plane it, and you have to do all sorts of things to it. Then you turn it, you cut it into strips, and you turn it 90 degrees so you have ingrained. Then you get all the ingrain, and then you have to glue it up. After you glue it up, you scrape it off, replane, redo, then shape and cut it. And that's a lot of time and a lot of effort. So I'm not going to make ingrain stuff. That's not my dealio. I could even make charcuterie boards, but charcuterie, schmarcuterie, who cares, right? All right, everybody's subbing. Good. Sub. Everybody's subbing to everybody. Again, put your link in the down here in the chat and let everybody go directly to it. It will not bother me. I know, Mike. Everybody's getting subbed to so many people, and that's great. I mean, this whole thing, whether it's a drive to monetization or not, but it's letting people know how diverse we are. But you should be doing your all right, Lindy, I got you. But by showing lots of links and lots of people sharing, that's going to tell the algorithm that we are a community to be reckoned with. Yep, 40,000, that tea party. I remember that. I was actually involved in that at one point in time. And Jenny Beth Martin, Jenny Davis Martin. I remember introducing her and Sarah Palin and some things. That worked out real well. Okay, Laura, I am sub to Lenny now. I have sub to me, but sorry when I go back, it doesn't say I'm sub. I know it is. I know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But we just stay diligent and we'll figure it out, right? Changed my life. That led to politics, and then radio. Yep. Eventually, political director. That's right. It worked out. It's amazing, Mike. You'd almost think that there was some divine intervention there, wouldn't you? Go figure. Go figure that, right? And yeah, I'm not worried about autophagy and munching on the pecans, not at all. So, what else is going on? We just finished a day of our Sunday, and we're going to go into this week. What's on the agenda for this week for everybody? I know we have a lot of interviews. I mean, outside of YouTube, what's on people's agenda for this week? All right, I am going to. Yep, and that's a fact. Yep, you can't. And the number of people you get to interview, right? And the number of contacts. Oh my. I mean, one time I lost my phone, and I thought, boy, oh boy, if someone opened my phone, I think I had a password protected. But oh my, they would have so many phone numbers. They'd be kind of like, but that's just the way it is, right? But I wonder what anybody had planned this week. So, for instance, non-YouTube, I'm going to a school doing an interview for high school political science courses on Tuesday. And let's see, I have to put in my phone. There's a lot of things. I've got to continue cleaning the house for my buddy Kyle so that they can go back there. That's not the day I wanted. I wanted this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention today's day 60 on my carnivore journey. Day 60. Woohoo! Yay me! I'm 60 days old. So, and then I have the interview tomorrow. I got the interview tomorrow. Woo-hoo! Oh boy, is that really tomorrow? Huh? I don't know. High school on Tuesday. I also have to go pick up my fireplace. I've been working on a pavilion out back, and I bought a fireplace. The people who build fireplaces, like brick ones, I always have to do so much modification, and they wanted starting was 11 grand to build a fireplace. I said, no, thank you. And then I went to someone else, and they wanted a bunch of money, close to the same thing. So I'm doing it myself. I just bought the fireplace to have the fireplace, and then I'm gonna use some neighbor friends, and we're gonna build the framing, and then I'll close it all in, and you all get to see that. But my goal is to have the fireplace installed and operational by the end of next month, and then I'll be having fires, and I'll be doing fireside chats on occasion. Yes, I will. Okay, let's go back and catch up on some of the things. I had Into Life, not done. That's right. No one's done. No one's done here. Everybody's subbing. I never do. I know. Well, I don't know. I did. There was that one girl. Never had to worry about that. I'm kind of daring going back to OMAD. All right, you're going to wait the last weeks. I get it, Matthew. I've gotten my dairy under control by not buying it. Oh, thank you, Woodson. Yep, 60 days. Big old 60. Big old 60. Wait a minute. I'm 61. Doctor's appointment Tuesday stuff. All right. Hopefully that doctor's appointment is scheduled stuff, good stuff. I'm still working on. Thank you for reminding me. I get to go do blood work this week. I called my VA doctor, and I told my VA doctor I need to get some blood work done. So we're going to get some blood work done. Yep. N of one. Cut out the dairy. Yep. A few pounds. Started sprinting. Sounds like another Dr. Sean O'Mara convert there. Yep. I'm glad everybody is out there getting to know one another. So yeah, this week I want to get that fireplace. My challenge is I have a truck. I got to take some things out of the back of my truck. This fireplace is about my height. It's about 6.5 feet tall. And it weighs about 380 pounds and sitting on a pallet. And the guys at the fireplace store said they'll put it on the back of my truck. And I got to tie it all down. And then my buddy who has a tractor, just a couple miles down the road, he's going to come by and take it off the truck and take it and put it on the patio. Very important to me. And then we will have the fireplace on the pallet. Then what's going to happen to my buddy who's on travel right now, who is a professional house framer and builder and a jack of all trades, retired Navy guy. He is going to help me build the foundation. Going to make a little hearth, not too tall because I don't have a lot of room. And he can help put the hearth. We're going to build the wood superstructure for the fireplace. It's a stainless steel job, so outside in Alabama it won't rust. We'll put that on there, and then once that's on there and screwed and set and everything's good, then we have to cut a hole through the roof, put pipes through, the usual routine, the chimney. And after we do all that, then I get to cover up the framework with some cement board. And the wife and I would think we're going to tile our fireplace that is out on the pavilion. So it'd be a lot easier to clean from dirt, bugs and dust. Yeah, bugs and dust, Dugs. And we're going to make it all hopefully spiffy. We'll see. We will see. All right. Yep, I'm glad everybody is subbing to everybody. At Meeting Wellness, do you have a channel? They want to know about the channel. Please put a link down there in the chat. That'd be great. Mike says, "Oh, about YouTube, it took a year to drop." Yep, that's right. It's not like most of us think about a diet, right? It's a whole lifestyle. Yep, 3 to 4 hours of sprinting. Oh yeah. Well, Matthew, if you've not seen Dr. Sean O'Mara, let me see if I bring it up in another window. Dr. Sean O'Mara, he is the sprinting doctor. Let's go SeanOmara, Dr. Sean O'Mara, sprinting, yes. And I know Worcester does a lot with, has been following Dr. Sean O'Mara, right? Let's see what we get here. He talks a lot about visceral fat, and that is a commercial I don't want. Okay. Well, I wanted to mute it. I don't want to do anything else. The thing with Dr. Sean O'Mara is, and he's a big-time doctor, and the big-time doctor. I thought a Ken Berry thing. I don't want to go to Ken Berry. I'm not mad at Ken Berry, but I want Dr. Sean O'Mara. There we go. I'll bring him up in another window. Stand by for news as I learn how to use the technology. And we're going to use this one here. Share Risky. There he is. Dr. Sean O'Mara, SeanO''Mara. He is hugely into the whole sprintathoning. So just in case you wondered, there we go, Dr. Sean O'Mara. Oh, what do you have? But even then I plan on staying on it. Yep, stay on it. The rain has arrived. You're glad you cut the grass. There you go. Yep, I had to do that the other day. Send some to Iowa. Not going to happen, buddy. You moved there. You knew it. I'm done in 15 minutes. No spoilers. I'm doing a results video of 9 days. Sweet. I am, like I said, I'm day 60. So tomorrow I start actually doing some exercise. There we go. We've got it. We might not be able to grab it completely, but at least we can see it's it's all one word, Meeting Wellness. Great. As a matter of fact, we're going to go and let's see if we can do that right here. We'll go www.yout. Oh, if I don't speak out loud, I won't get youtube Komsky at MEATING Meeting Wellness. All right, Meeting Wellness. There we go. Look at that. The boomer came through. Yes, there it is right there. Boomer made it. All right. Oh, you're a baby YouTuber. A baby YouTuber. I get it. Play on words there, huh? There we go. Life is a marathon, not a sprint, but sprinting may be involved. Roger that, Mike. Roger that. You got to do it. Yep, Dr. Sean O'Mara is great. He actually answered an email back to me. I think he answered one to Woodster too, if I'm correct. Got to hop off, Laura. Okay, take care. God bless. We'll see you around the neighborhood. All right. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. I know you could have done a lot of other things, so thank you very much. Yep. I'm failing forward. Yes. Trying to learn new things. I know I am the same. We all are pretty much in the same way. And of course, I think the job for many people at YouTube is to make it so new each day that we're always learning something new. And then they're going to change the things we need to do. Meeting wellness. Yes. Matter of fact, if you'll notice, mine already says subscribed. I was already subscribed today, but that's because I try to do that. All right. Goog night. Yes, got to get the Goog night. I love me some Goog nighting. My whole sprint challenge is documented. All right, sweet. I tried a sprint last year. Meh. Probably is learning a ton, which I love, but not taking action. Well, we had that today when we talked about the beatitude of mercy. Whole mercy is a verb. Too many people forget about it, right? I love theory and chemistry, but hated writing up the labs. There you go. Yeah. Life is one great big lab experiment, is it not? Is it not? And we are challenged to live it instead of being on the sidelines trying to hang out and get things done. We gotta run, Bay Dog. All right, thank you very much. Take care of yourself. I appreciate you spending some time here with us on a Sunday. I know you could have been doing any one of a number of other things other than hanging out here, and there's been a lot of lives this weekend. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you around the neighborhood. I'm sure we'll be in the same lives, watching the same videos again and again. But I appreciate you spending some time here with us. You take care. Have a great week. If we don't see you till next weekend, okay? All right. Midlife says, Scott, yeah, sure. All right. Hang on. There it is. Oh, there it is. Oop, there it is. All right. What do we have here? All right. Catching up. Physics. Yep. You a physics major, but switched to elementary ed. Yep. I thought I was going to be a physics major. Turned out I didn't have the chops for that. Nope. There it is. Add to stage and bada boom, bada bing.
Hey.
Hey.
Nice to finally meet you.
Well, I have to admit, the honor's always been mine because I saw you when you were doing an interview before. So I was already ahead of that game. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I remember your comments during that interview. So, yeah, happy to meet you. I saw you chatting on donating last night on or yesterday.
Yeah, I like having doing that. Every time I go to a live, I come from a background that says let's be engaging and not just sitting on the sideline, because I know the algorithm appreciates the movement.
Right.
But many times I get busted for being a little too much in a participatory stance.
Well, this is your channel, so you get to participate as much as you want.
Well, no, I do. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. No, I mean when I'm like when I'm watching an interview, right?
Right.
I'm not a keyboard warrior by any stretch of the imagination. However, I do like to keep the chat going, and I do like to ask questions.
I think it's great. I think it's really great. I mean, if I was hosting, I'd really appreciate someone who asks a lot of questions.
Exactly. I was given that moniker back when I was in office because we would hold hearings, and people would drive from all across the state or all around the country to come to a hearing to either advocate or stand against whatever legislation was happening, right? And when people came up to the table and they had to sign a sheet of paper, they had to identify who they were, and it's nerve-wracking to get in front of this horseshoe of elected people and to tell your story.
Right.
And I always felt, well, let me honor those people by asking questions, and not inane questions like, what's your favorite color?
Meaningful meaningful questions.
Yes, and ones that showed that I'd actually read and understood what they're talking about.
Yeah,
And so, yeah, I just had that habit, and I've never dropped it.
absolutely. So what state are you in?
I'm currently living in Alabama.
Okay, so it is 10 or 11 there?
It will be 10 o'clock. We are on Central Time.
Okay, I'm Pacific.
All right, so it's still early enough for the day.
Early enough in the day. Yeah, I just got done feeding my husband, and well, he was out flying his airplane. So
Oh,
yeah.
was he flying the airplane or was he flying the
Oh
airplane?
no, we have an airplane.
Oh, okay, okay. All right,
Yeah,
good.
so he was actually literally up in the sky.
Is it a single engine, dual
It's
engine?
just it's just a little Cessna,
Huh?
and it's his baby. I call
All
it his
right.
mistress.
Well, that is the way it is when you have that type of hobby. I mean, it's very, very, very time consuming. You can't just get up in the you can't just get up in a plane and take off. You got a lot of pre-flight checks you have to
Yeah.
do. You got flight planning you have to do. You have to check with your weatherman. And I was a weatherman for 20 years. I did
Wow.
weather in the Air Force, and
Okay.
Mike Shaw was a TV weather guy for a number of years.
Yeah, well, my husband watches the weather closely, and we're up here in Washington, so the rain will be coming. So he likes to take advantage of every flying opportunity he has.
Well, if that's what you like to do, then you have to. I always say, as long as you know what the cost is of what you're doing, both in time, effort, and everything else,
Right.
hey, have at it, right?
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
now you were talking about in your life, and you have a big nursing background, so you have a pretty in-depth medical. And I was asking the questions and things about stearic acid, which is a long chain fatty acid, C18. And I
Yeah.
didn't know if you'd done much in your personal reading, not professional, and none of this here constitutes medical
Right.
advice. If you've done much reading on that at all.
No, I hadn't. And when you ask the questions, it definitely makes me curious.
Right.
Just like the doctors that don't really receive much nutrition training,
Right.
neither do nurses.
Right.
And I mean, the extent of our nutrition training is pretty much like the special diets that people need to be on when they're in the hospital.
Right.
So if they've had a stroke and, their diets is advancing to a soft diet or a clear liquid diet, or, their MPO because of surgery. So, as far as nutrition goes, we learn about diabetics, but I'm really needing to rewire my brain and learning. I'm trying to dig in and learn things that I was never taught.
Right.
And it's a whole different way of looking at nutrition now, doing this carnivore diet. And so, no, I haven't really dug in too deep on, right now I'm reading Sally K. Norton's book, Toxic
Okay.
Superfoods.
Okay.
Learning about oxalates. And, it's not really, I don't know if oxalates are going to be a factor for me or not, because I really wasn't a vegetarian or didn't eat a ton of spinach and all the really high oxalate foods, but I'm learning about it anyways, because particularly for my daughter who's, needing some help, to improve her health, and we need to take baby steps with her. So
Right.
I'm learning about oxalates, and, and it's very interesting. But so stearic acid, no, have not done any digging in about that. What prompted that question from you?
Well, I'm going to hopefully I'm going to add. There you go. Boom. There you go. So I do lots of reading. I've been trying to find the end of the internet now for about 20 years, and my passion is in medical stuff and medical studies.
Oh, good.
And so I do lots of reading. I'm not saying I'm proficient or good. And I ran across some of this in my studies about stearic acid regulates mitochondria in vivo in humans. So we're actually talking about in the body. This is
Right.
not in a lab.
Not in a petri dish.
Right. And in reading it, it seems that stearic acid signals via a dedicated pathway to regulate mitofusion activity and morphology in the cell culture. So in other words, on our cells, there is a key, a receptor for this C18. And there are not many of those out there. There's a lot of downstream things, and you can get all those other chemicals and upregulate and downregulate and go through all that epigenetic type stuff.
Right.
But this is something on a macro level, if you want to call it, in relationship, a macro level nutrient that is directly signaling to the cells.
And it's a fatty acid.
Yes.
So is this stearic acid very commonly found in meat?
Well, I am so glad you asked that question. That's almost as if I had planted that question.
Yeah, it was a little bit leading there.
So the whole, I'm going to look here, the Scotty, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go with the image. I've done this so much. I'll use this one here. You can kind of see here.
There you go.
Beef tallow has 18.9 grams per 100 grams, all right?
That's what I just used to air fry my tri-tip tonight.
So you got beef tallow, lard, and butter. Look how much is in each. So, and then if you go all the way down to the bottom, cocoa butter. I use cocoa butter, and I shave and put in my coffee. It smells just like chocolate, but it's pure fat.
I've used it before too. So the source, what is the source of the cocoa butter?
Cocoa beans.
Cocoa beans. So it is actually from cocoa. It's a plant-based.
Yeah, it's a plant-based. But as you know, when you move into the chemistry, right, you can, through lots of processes, end up with a chemical and not be how do I say this? You're in the chemistry and you have what it is. All the other stuff is superfluous, so to speak, right? I mean, once you have any one of the proteins or the fats, you have the protein or the fat. It's not too chemically different. Now, when you're upstream from that, then how your body deals with it and how it goes through its processes can be completely different.
So it's just extracted from the coconut to make cocoa butter. Yeah, and it's not a seed oil.
No.
So that's good.
So the thing is, as I read more into this, and let me get this. It's a little awkward here. I apologize there. When you read about it and you think about the mitofusion and you go and you think of all the other things we're hearing about, mitochondrial function is so critical to our health. Right. And all these people who are in a keto / carnivore diet talk about energy. They talk about improved strength and mental clarity. Well, if your powerhouses in your cells are working better, and if they're able to do the things they're supposed to do better, could it be that the addition of butter to your coffee, the lard, and the beef, on a global scale, I eat more meat, I feel better, but let's go, why? Right. And when you get down to the whys, you get down to the stearic acid, and the stearic acid is like juice in your body.
So did you drill down further to learn what exactly does it do in the cell? Is it part of the Krebs cycle? Is it
all that is in
the Krebs cycle?
All that is in the you can let me see if I can bring this back again. I'm not that versed, so I don't want to say more than what I can.
It would just be interesting if it is, because I remember like I had been on the carnivore diet back in 2021, and I had been digging into this a little bit. And I did think about the whole thing with energy, because, the Krebs cycle that takes place in the cells is fed by glucose.
Right.
And so my curiosity was taking in the direction of, well, if we're not feeding our bodies with that glucose, then where is all the extra energy coming from? So it makes me wonder if the stearic acid is possibly taking the place of the glucose in the Krebs cycle.
Well, I think in the Krebs cycle, though, that has a lot to also do with ketones and what's happening in that, because I believe there's a side chain with the pyruvate and all that.
Okay.
But you could also see here they talk about C18 has a higher plasma AUC and a lower clearance rate, right? The C18. So there's a lot to be studied and learned here. For me, the thing is that's why every time we have the doctors on, I want to ask them these questions. I want to.
Have you ever had a doctor that knew anything about this?
No.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, because again, like, they don't get the training in nutrition.
But look at this. This one I'm here is from the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition back in 2010.
Right.
And so you can get it from a lot of different places, but it's just interesting to read and to go through this and understand that the fatty acid that happens to be in all the foods we're eating happens to have these wonderful properties. And they're actually, I don't have the study right in front of me, but in my saved list I do. They're actually using the stearic acid as a macronutrient for treating Parkinson's disease and neurological things.
Yeah, well, the ketogenic diet has long been used to help with epilepsy.
Sure.
So it's, because it does help with neurological illnesses. So
because they get across that blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, and it just makes sense that using the fats would be helpful. I mean, and the fats are so helpful for, healing the nerves and that myelin sheath on the nerves.
Exactly.
And every cell membrane too. I mean, the fat is very helpful for building up and helping that cell membrane and helping things transport through the cell membrane.
That's right. And I think there was a comment made, and I can't attribute to whom to attribute it. I might have been on Homestead How Carrie's, not the long life, but a previous one, and that says we don't. And Dr. Berry probably is the progenitor of this, and that is we don't really know in modern times what healthy human diet looks like. So we don't know where we're moving from. We're starting from way back in a bad position. So there's just so many moving parts. You can't just say, well, this made me better. No, there's a lot more to it. And we don't want to get caught in that junk science of epidemiological studies that say, well, maybe this could have maybe been, well, let's do a true a double-blind, placebo-controlled, repeatable study.
Yeah. Well, you have to be really cognizant, though, too, of who's funding the study.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a financial incentive behind the study having a particular outcome? And really, study the study and make sure that it's really a good study. Because one thing that I did learn when back in nursing school, we took a course where we had to analyze clinical trials. And even back then, the instructor was really clear that there's a lot of clinical trials that don't get published. That, you have a clinical, a set that do get published, but there could be other very valid clinical trials with opposite results that never get published. And so I feel like we kind of need to, like the carnivore community and all the carnivore doctors kind of need to just like wipe the slate clean and start studying over again. And
there's so many variables, and we can't tell that the subjects what their condition is, right? Because we all individually come from different conditions, whether it's a metabolic health. I mean, I'm amazed at the vitriol and the gut response people have with Dr. Paul Saladino, right? The thing I say is, first and foremost, and you were talking about oxalates and everything else, I think all of us would do well to understand that there's a spectrum. And the spectrum doesn't run just left to right, but it's like a globe.
Yeah.
Right? And there's so many interconnected pieces. And so if Dr. Saladino is doing well with 200 grams of carbs in his life in a day, I'm so happy for him. But his metabolic health is not my metabolic health.
Right. My metabolic health is terrible.
But only for today, right?
It is. But it has been for a very long time.
Right.
And so I know that it's trending in the right direction. In fact, I don't know if you saw the question I asked Dr. Ovadia on the live stream last night, because I think it was maybe like close to your question.
I think I do. But refresh me, please.
So I had recently gotten lab results back, and I saw your comment on my video where I was kind of bummed out, not feeling good, and bummed out about my lab results. That was very encouraging. But I had recently gotten lab results back, and it was the first time I had my labs done since I started the carnivore diet.
Right.
And I see a naturopathic doctor, so he ordered them, and he always orders an ApoB, which is apoprotein B test, because it's supposed to be a better indicator of cardiac risk.
In a family of those, yes.
Yeah, it's a piece of the puzzle.
Right.
So my question was whether or not Dr. Ovadia would be concerned about the ApoB going up.
And he wasn't necessarily in and of itself.
Yeah. So he did make a comment about looking at the very low density, the particles.
Right. Particle size. Yep.
So I went back and looked at my labs, and my very low density cholesterol went way down. So that's an indicator that I'm probably gaining more of the big fluffy particles.
Right. Sometimes isn't it amazing how you have to deduce an activity in the body by what's either not happening. Right. So like in the weather business, we describe an area of low pressure as being surrounded by high pressure. And we say a high is an area surrounded by low. So we define more often than we know, we define something by what it's not what it is. And it's the same thing here. In the absence of this, that, and the other, we therefore surmise that this is the condition. But that's, again, just a wag. And then this is no dig at medical professionals, but there is so much to consider. I mean, they say politicians are bad because they can't make a decision. Do that with medical people, right? It's hard.
Well, I mean, I was a nurse in the hospital for a long time. I mean, my most recent stint was an outpatient, but the nurses run the hospital. I mean,
right. Oh yeah.
And I mean, so yes, I mean the doctors, and I love doctors. I think that I worked with some amazing doctors, but yes, the nurses are the ones that are the eyes and ears. And we were always told, when we had to report something to the doctor, or if we had a concern about a patient, that we were always told that we had to make our recommendation on what we think the doctor should do.
That's right.
And and most of the time the doctor would take our recommendation.
Well, that's the same thing I had in the military. Senior military leaders who were successful would always listen to their senior enlisted people.
Yeah.
And not being an enlisted guy, because we're the ones who are supposed to be subject matter experts on what we're doing. They're supposed to be leaders. We're supposed to be subject matter SMEs. Right. And listening to your SMEs will save you a lot of grief over time.
Because those hospitals, they've got a lot of patients to take care of. So they've got to really be able to trust the nurses that, are reporting to them. So, but yeah, it's very complex and complicated. I really felt good after getting Dr. Ovadia's input. I really appreciated it. And going back and looking at my labs, I mean, my hemoglobin A1C, I'm no longer pre-diabetic. Yay, my triglycerides went I think they were almost 140, or no, they were actually, I think 140, and now they're 92.
I would have been happy. I'd have been happy at 140.
Yeah. Mine was just barely at the borderline of being high. And Yeah, so just in 4 months, it went from that down to 92, and so and my HDL went up like 2 points, but it's within normal range. But it's like everything is trending in the right direction. I know they talked about insulin resistance and an indicator being, your triglycerides, your triglyceride and your HDL ratio.
Right.
And so my ratio prior to the carnivore diet was like 3.5, and now it's like just barely over 2, like 2.2. So
Well, I know that
it's gone way down in 4 months.
Oh yeah, and it's amazing. Now, if you're an uninitiated person and you just happen to be flipping through the YouTube verse and you fell onto some of these testimonials, right? You'd be thinking we were selling snake oil. There are so many people I'm hearing saying,
Yeah.
"I'm off my sleep apnea machine in a week. I'm off of my blood pressure medicine, right?" But
I'm still using my CPAP machine.
Well, hey, the thing of the matter, I have a CPAP machine. I actually have a BiPAP, and I don't use it, and I'm okay with it. The thing is, good night, Susan. Thank you.
I saw Mike said he hasn't had labs done in a long time.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is, not everybody. I'm lucky. I get to go to the VA, and I'm retired military. I'm covered up with all the medical stuff I ever want, right? But I have central sleep apnea, not just obstructive sleep apnea.
Okay.
So my brain forgets to breathe.
Your brain forgets to breathe. Yeah.
And I think I've had a number of TBIs, and I think that's probably one of the big impacts for my condition. So, but the thing I've noticed, like when I started all this like 4 years ago, I started with Jason Fung, Dr. Jason Fung. Are you familiar with him?
Mm-hmm.
I read his diabetic code, obesity code, and when he was talking,
isn't he the fasting guy?
yes,
Yeah.
and when I read his stuff, I started using that protocol. I went from, are you ready for the triglyceride? 399.
Wow.
My fasting triglyceride 399, and so everything else out of whack. But my A1C I wasn't pre-diabetic, quote unquote.
Okay.
And they said, we're going to put you on statins. The next time you come in, we're going to get you on statins. I was like, no. I got Jason Fung's thing. I started instituting that protocol. And then I saw Dr. Sean Baker. And it was about the first week of January, he was doing the 30-day carnivore challenge. So I did all that, and I didn't do carnivore very well, but I definitely knew how to do keto. I took my triglycerides from 399 to 72 in 4 months.
Wow. That's incredible.
And I've got all the paperwork. I'm a data guy. And so I've noticed a lot of things, and I track a lot of things a little differently. But if someone came into this conversation from outside in the middle of it, they would think that we're crazy. But it is like a country western song being played backwards. And dependent on how long you've been metabolically ill, will probably have a lot to do with some of your responses, not all of your responses.
Yeah, I'm learning that. But yeah, I had somebody on my video that I posted where I wasn't really feeling that great telling me that I need to just eat low fat and fruit and vegetables, and I'd start healing. And I said, no. I said, when I ate that way, I could barely walk because I was in so much pain.
I wonder sometime if they'll do more of a study on synovial fluid and inflammation, because I'm hearing a lot of people now. Again, this is just me being geeky. I apologize. I don't want to offend anybody. They'll say they use the terms, I'm losing my inflammation, when they're talking about being carrying extra fluids. Right.
Yeah.
And they go, and I think of inflammation as a more global term.
And it's not really synovial fluid.
Right.
That's the fluid in your joints. But
interstitial fluids and stuff like that.
The way the body works is that where your body releases the inflammatory markers and cytokines, all these different things, and wherever they go and accumulate, you accumulate fluid. And fluid is kind of it's a protective thing to protect whatever area may be injured or struggling. So, I mean, the body does what it needs to do to protect you, but sometimes it hurts. And just like fever is it's fighting infection. And so
That's right.
yeah. So, I mean, inflammation and fluid go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand, but some inflammation doesn't. How do I say it? My understanding, all extra fluid can be inflammatory, but not all inflammatory conditions involve fluid. So all fluid is inflammatory of a nature because it's swollen, but all inflammation doesn't present as having extra fluid. Like if you think about osteoarthritis, right? That isn't, that's a bone issue, right? So I just think that sometimes when I hear global term being used, I understand what they're saying, but I don't know that you can put yourself like, what was the girl from Willy Wonka who ate the blueberry thing? You have to put it in the press and it's all better, There are so many other things that are going on there. But what is important is how quickly when we stop eating, I'm going to go and just say a dirty word, starches. When we stop the starches, we get better in a hurry.
Yeah.
And particularly for guys, if they just stop drinking beer.
Yeah. Or soft drinks or,
Yeah.
Yeah. And the interesting thing I know with me is that I haven't drank soft drinks for, oh my gosh, it's probably been a decade. And
Wow.
I don't drink juice. Overall, as far as, I mean, I'd have my bingey times where I'd eat a bunch of garbage and stuff, but there was a lot of the things that people eat that make them gain like 300, 400 pounds. I didn't eat, but yet was still pushing the mid 300s in my weight. And, but I have an inflammatory disease, an immune system disease. So
do you think your inflammatory disease is exacerbated by your diet, brought on by your diet, or that none of the two, they just happen to be present, but they're not interrelated directly?
That's one of the things I'm trying to learn. And in a lot of respects, part of my channel is just trying to report on how this diet is impacting, my mast cell activation syndrome. I know that my other condition, the hereditary alpha tryptopenia, literally is hereditary. I mean, I did the cheek swab genetic, and it's genetic. They think that maybe the mast cell disease might be genetic too. Not sure, but I know that I've had it at least my whole adult life. I've probably had it my whole life. It tends to get progressively worse as you get older. But I'm really curious to see how diet impacts it.
Yeah, I agree, because I think there's an epigenetic quotient that would be interesting, particularly in your case, and if you can find more people who are in your journey space to say, okay, it may have been there. It's like me. I had asthma for a long time, didn't know it, but I got injured. And when I got injured and I couldn't exercise constantly, my asthma became a major player, right? And so it was this cascade of events. Yes, I had the asthma, but I was able to keep it at bay due to these other things. And then due to some injuries, I couldn't keep exercising. And all of a sudden it reared its ugly head and dominated my life.
Right.
And so I wonder, I often think that we all have, we're all somewhat of a chemistry set, right? And our DNA is out there and all these things. And who knows what the damages are in our DNA unless we go out there and get a very expensive testing done. But a lot of people are sitting there with a lot of genes that have been associated with certain diseases, but they never got them. But I said to say, what if we were all in the proper human diet We just don't know what we don't know. And what we don't know is what's a good human like, what's a human with a compromised genetic material like on a good diet.
Yes.
Because I know that they've cut people open in autopsies and they said these people should have been dead a long time ago, but they had such a great mental outlook. They had such a great spiritual outlook that these things that were in their bodies didn't get them till way late.
Right.
We just don't know.
There's so many factors, and you're right. There's so many factors that go into whether or not, like, you may have the genetic propensity to have a particular illness, but whether you actually get it or not, there's a lot of factors that go into it. And, you know, I think that I had the right combination of factors to make my condition get worse. And, you know, and it's kind of hard because, you know, we all have mast cells in our body. They're part of our immune system and they're important.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not something that I'm not wanting my mast cells to stop, to switch off. They can't, they won't. I just want them to start behaving properly and not turn on when they don't need to.
Well, that's like cancer, right? I mean, cancer cells, that cancer is probably present in a lot of us in a lot of forms, but
we all have cancer cells developing all the time.
Yeah. The question is like, for me as a weather guy, right? The dynamics in the atmosphere for thunderstorms exist very frequently.
Right.
But if they're not all at the right time, in the right place, in the right amount, in the ratio to one another, it doesn't happen, no matter what all those crazy weathermen say, right? So I think the same thing goes on in our body, and we just don't know enough about it from a mental aspect all the way down to the genetic and what the impacts of diet, which leads me, I have a question I'm begging to ask you.
Oh, sure.
You don't have to answer it, but here's what I wonder. Do you suppose that there is a subset of dietary factors that exacerbated your condition? Like some people, one of the people we deal with, she says, I didn't have any problem with anything, but I eat potatoes. Like I never ate a meal that didn't have potatoes, right?
Oh, absolutely. Because with my condition, I have to eat low histamine. And so the foods that have naturally higher histamine, or if they've just been sitting for a while, like they have to have really fresh food, they tend to have more histamine.
Right. Or heat.
And a histamine is an actual chemical.
Right.
You know, your body produces, but
I meant the heat of grinding when they grind meat. But these are big industrial grinders.
Believe it or not, that does not make a difference in the histamine content.
Oh, I heard it had.
That I'm aware of.
Okay.
Because I mean, but the length of time, the length of time between, you know, being more at room temperature or cool can make a difference. So it could possibly be that extra processing draws out the amount of time that the meat is at more of room temperature, and therefore it has more of a histamine content to it. But like, I can eat ground beef without any problem. I can eat ground lamb. And so that's fine. But with, like, I can't eat bacon, which is so unfortunate. But yeah, the histamine content is, I have a really good list that I go off of, that I kind of just try to keep my diet as low histamine as I can. So no aged cheeses, no smoked cheeses, no aged or smoked meats.
Right.
You know, and so from that perspective, absolutely. But that's what I'm really focusing on more since I got diagnosed with this condition, which was just last year. Prior to that, it's hard to say if my horrible diet was how much it was contributing, because I had so much happen throughout the course of my life. I mean, dealing with infertility in my 20s and multiple fertility treatments, which completely messes up a woman's body. You know, stress, you know, adopting children that were in the foster care system and had special needs, raising them, you know, lots of issues, and eating horribly. I mean, I think my favorite food was ice cream, and I ate all sorts of stuff. And see, Natalie says, I've researched a lot about cancer. I believe our diet, especially refined sugar and environmental toxins, contribute massively, if not solely. Sugar, yes. Cancer cells love sugar.
Especially that I heard the solid tumor cancers. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did you listen to Dr. Chafee last night on the live stream?
No.
So somebody asked a really good question about whether or not the testing to diagnose cancer contributes to or the cancer. And he talked, which is a PET scan that he's talking about.
All right, okay.
And he said, what he said is that, kind of not really. But he said that what they do is they inject glucose into the body, and then they do the PET scan, and the tumor cells basically pull in, and all that glucose goes right to the tumor cells, because sugar feeds cancer.
Right.
So just the whole mechanism of the PET scan is a perfect example of how the sugar is drawn to the cancer cells. So yeah, sugar is horrible for cancer. But if you have a really healthy immune system, and what I think if you have the right diet, you're going to have a good immune system. We have the T cells that go around our bodies and tag every abnormal cell, and then our killer cells come around and kill them. Yeah. So if the immune system's working properly,
right,
any sort of mutation that could turn into cancer, your body is going to recognize it and zap it and get rid of it before it can do that.
It's amazing. It's amazing when you talk about that, because when I was reading about autophagy, right? Mm-hmm. And I read, now I don't agree with the guideline, but the ADA says we need 60 grams of protein a day minimum for women, 80 for men, right? Mm-hmm. And they're talking about that's what you have to ingest, so that's your exogenous, protein, right? But in reading, I found that the 300 grams of protein are turned over in the body every day, and that most people don't realize your body's turning over protein internally. Yeah. And that if you think about it, the lining of your stomach and your intestines is brand new every 3 days. It's turning over, right? Because that caustic environment. And that other than parts of your eyes, your kidneys, some neural areas, all the cells in your bodies after 17 years are completely new.
Yeah.
Our ears aren't our ears. We weren't born with these ears or this nose or these lips. So what the body does is the body reutilizes a lot of the proteins that it needs. So 300 grams a day are going this way through your body, getting reprocessed, and you're bringing in 60 that way to get the essential proteins you need, right? Because your body can't make those. Well, let's take that further in what you're saying. T cells are tagging things, and mast cells are doing things, and you've got lysosomes out there eating and dissolving things. And you got all these things going on, and all this stuff is moving around, and not just in the body, but within the cell structure itself. And then you throw this almost like nitrous oxide, this sugar, into the system, and it just sends it so over the edge that it's incredible that we don't focus more on understanding this in the medical community and in our own lives.
Yeah. Well, I know that when I used to work in gastroenterology and I was talking to patients, I was often talking to them about not like when they're fighting an illness,
right?
Not to feed yourself something that's going to cause your body to compete against healing. Like so like sugar, for example, is very, very, it's a poison for your body. So your body's resources are going to be focused on trying to process and combat what that sugar is doing in your body, as opposed to healing. And so like, I know when my kids, if they ever got sick, I would always tell them no sugar until you're better, because I want your body to focus on healing. Right. Fighting this infection, not on combating this poison you just put in your body.
Yeah, most people don't understand that I mean, when you start talking about type 2 diabetes, and I talk to people, I say, the bottom line is sugar is so caustic in your system that it's got a whole subroutine to take care of it with insulin, right? And that literally when people out there getting their extremities taken off, right, and they're getting amputations, it's because that skin literally rotted. Because a lot of people don't realize the body is very intelligent. It says, I'm going to save everything from the brain to the heart, and then the gut cavity, and then everything else outside, I'll let it go. And so, like, I have not
and
had
the sugar clogs up the sugar in the blood clogs up those little capillaries, which is
right.
why you get nerve death.
Exactly, that neuropathy, because it's not getting fed.
Oh, Natalie, after watching my dad die due to chemo side effects, I've been looking into alternative cancer treatments. Wow.
Yeah, that's a fact, Natalie. I think that's what drove me. My mother suffered from cholangiocarcinoma, the cancer of her biliary duct, and it was terminal. The survival rate is worse than pancreatic cancer. But on top of that is my mother was grossly overweight. She smoked 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And she drank a pint of distilled spirits every day or more, right? And she was mentally and emotionally distraught since my brother was killed in an auto accident. And she came into that already a broken person. If you take a broken person, you break them even more, and you give them these other things. We can't be surprised that they had. And think of cancer of the biliary duct, right? I mean, these things were stacked against her, but in a sense that's what really drove me, because I was stationed overseas and I couldn't do anything. So I went and got all the information I could in my head to just, not because I was going to cure or fix it. I wanted to be articulate in understanding these things. And we read about all these different chemistry problems in our body. I got a good friend of mine at the church. We just got the word this Friday. We thought he was getting better. He felt better, got the news. No, it's spread. It's terminal. He has less than 6 months. But way overweight, wouldn't give up his sugar, and on diabetes. And what gets to me is I don't want to offend anybody, but there's so many people I know who are type 2 diabetics that what they'll do is they'll go and they'll eat this food that's horrific for them. Then they'll lift up, the one gentleman in particular, he'll lift up his shirt in public, get down to his belly, pull out his pen full of his, and jab it in the pad, right? And he's got the cart and the horse backward because he eats the bad food, then he puts the insulin in to take care of it, right?
Well, he's at the point where his pancreas is not working properly, and he's got to stop eating that food. But yeah, I mean, I've taken care of people in the hospital who've been on multiple amputations, and it's sad. Because I asked, I had to remember one patient that had gotten one toe removed, then got another toe, then got a foot removed, and then he was back in getting up above the knee removed. And I asked him, at what point are you going to control your blood sugar? And it's an addiction. Sugar is an unbelievably powerful addiction. I mean, the fact that people can come back for amputation after amputation after amputation and they're still not able to break free of it is a huge, huge statement,
Well, my brother-in-law passed away at the very beginning of COVID, and I don't want to say that it was COVID, but probably was. But 400 plus pounds, my height was 6'4", give or take. I'm 6'5", he's 6'4", 400 plus pounds. He was so big they pulled like 40 or 60 pounds of fluid off of him just so we didn't have to bury him in a septic tank. And it cut off parts of his toes and his foot. The guy was brilliant. He was a smart guy. And that's when in my head, I had a switch flip. And that is, and I know I worked in a hospital for a long time doing data analysis for them. And what I've learned is that what I used to think I knew was that these people were lazy, right? That the addicts were just lazy. what I learned was that battle between the hormones of ghrelin and leptin and all that axis. I mean, I would totally accept the idea that your pancreas is no longer working well. The beta islet cells are no longer working because of the issues that we understand are happening. But I would not extend the same grace to understanding about other hormones. So when we talk about addiction, I think it's imperative that we get specific to sit there and say their brains and their stomachs and their bodies between the inflammation are not communicating correctly. And their brains think they're hungry, right? And when I cleaned up after my brother-in-law and they removed his body, in his bed under the sheets and in the pillows and underneath were partially eaten cheeseburgers by the bags, half-eaten bags of sweet sour gummy worms, right?
Yeah.
He could not help himself.
Well, when you think about it, when drug addicts or people who are trying to get off cigarettes really need help, they go to a rehab facility, right?
Right.
Where there's medical supervision and getting them through this detox process. Sugar addicts don't have that option. We have to do it on our own. We don't get the medical help. We don't get some nice place where we can go and hang out with other sugar addicts where and detox from sugar. You know, but yet it's probably the biggest addiction, at least in the US.
Well, it's going global now.
Oh yeah, well, as long as we have the Western diet, making its way elsewhere.
Well, it's kind of like tobacco. When tobacco finally was shown for what it is, right? They just moved offshore and started selling it in the Pacific Rim and Malaysia and those countries. And the cancer and the things going on there is off the charts because they would get Camel Joe to the children. They just found new addicts somewhere else in the world. And I think that is probably the challenge we have. But I was sitting in political office when they came to us to say we should do something about these sugary drinks. Mm-hmm. And I said, no, you can't legislate those kind of things, because I was looking at it from like a morality type of point of view. But we do legislate who can get sugar. We do make you put warnings on tobacco. We do legislate that you can't do certain drugs, right? So the question, eventually what will have to happen is I think the route that will be taken is they'll offshore it and have to do public education, as a nurse, how important that is, but they will never outlaw it completely.
Well, and I know that there's, other countries, in Europe that limit the amount of sugar that can go into the manufactured foods. Mm-hmm. So it's at least a step in the right direction.
But having lived there for 12 years in Germany and places like that, they have significant obesity problems, but not because of sugar, but breads.
Breads.
The other thing I'll tell you is I noticed that when I was in Germany for so long, they're older people. How do I say this delicately? I can't. They're built like battleships, a lot of the women.
Okay.
Right? But this is what I will guarantee you from most of them when I was there. Their skin doesn't tear. They're buck wild strong. They may have a cankle that starts at their heel, goes up to their neck. They're like this. Right. But I am not kidding. When I was a young man, I was pretty strong, pretty powerful. I was going to go to the girlfriend's house to move a coal-fired stove in each room. They had the coal-fired stoves. They had a lot of iron inside of them. Just to take it downstairs was practically a hernia. Well, I didn't make it out to get it all the way to the basement. When I finally got out a couple weeks later, Mama and Papa had taken it down into the basement, right? They just took their time, but buck wild strong. But you know what they ate? They ate all the meat.
I've heard that about German women.
Yeah, ate all the meat, all the fat, blood burst, everything else. Their extra adiposity came from the extraordinary amount of
The breads
pasta
they
and
yeah,
breads they ate, right?
yeah,
But they had no fear of fat. Let me tell you
yeah. Well, it's too bad they couldn't give up the starchy foods, and they could have kept their muscle and not had the fat.
well, it's going to take a global awareness, like why we were all supporting the 24-hour event.
Right,
A
right.
global awareness that says the government doesn't have to tell me I have to stop pushing stuff into my pie hole. And then as we impact our families and our grandchildren, and it become, like right now, it's more commonplace now for me in my circles that people don't drink,
Hmm.
right? And people smoke less, a
Hmm.
lot less. And that's what's going to happen. And when we look right now, we see um, keto everywhere, right? So we
Yeah.
remember Atkins. Did you ever? Did you remember Atkins? I'm not going to try to say your age, okay? But I
I'm
remember when Atkins.
55.
Okay. Well, how about the Zone diet
Oh
by
yeah,
Dr. Randy Sears?
I was on the zone diet.
Yes, and I lost a lot of weight because
I
of
did too. I lost like 70 pounds on the zone diet, but it wasn't sustainable. I
exactly.
Yeah, I went on it before, but then we got our son. We adopted our son, and he was 4, and I just diverted all my attention onto him, and the diet went out the window.
Yeah. So,
All the measuring and the weighing and
yeah,
proportions and yeah.
getting your blocks right, and
Mhm.
but the point is, I do believe, and we all agree, is that when we are more universally, globally, societally saying, I don't need to have all that filler food. Like this last weekend, we went out to Texas Roadhouse,
Mhm.
and I ordered a nice size. I just got a sirloin because I don't run into circles to buy the great big ribeyes, but I got a nice size sirloin, right? And and it came with the green beans, and I ate the green beans. I just think those have the lowest toxic thing for me, and I like the green beans. But the potatoes and all the rest of stuff, I don't have to have any of that,
Yeah.
right? But
I haven't I haven't allowed myself to eat anything else because because I'd been on a keto diet for a couple years, several years back. And I'm just one of those people that it just didn't really work for me because it didn't get me wanting to stop eating sweets. All the sweet substitutes that you made and all those really sweet fat bombs and all the sweeteners that you put in it and still eating some carbs.
right,
um, I, I just went right back to eating the way I was eating before. um, this just being for me being carnivore, strict carnivore, is just a whole lot easier. I don't even, it's not even a question for me
well,
of going back.
I
But
think
other people can do it fine and eat
well, I
some.
think you're speaking and you're addressing, and what maybe we all should find a way to articulate up front. Maybe is some of us are in our condition for in maybe if we could parse it. Some of us are in the condition we're in and seeking carnivore because of one aspect and others from another, right? Like
Yeah,
I'm a sweet addicted person,
me too.
right? So I can't partially do the sweet. Now the only thing I can do that's sweet and that does not trigger me is saccharin.
Oh, interesting.
I do saccharin in my coffee, and I have no problem. I have no desire to go
Yeah,
into
it's probably
chocolate.
unhealthy.
Well, actually, the saccharin studies were one of the very first false studies done. I mean, I think it's unhealthy to do those fake sugars. Let me put that
Mhm.
first, right? But
Yeah,
the cancer,
I've been using monk drops,
okay. Well,
and that works for me.
there you go. But
Yeah.
my idea is and I own, oh, by the way, the wife and I, when I first retired from the military, we owned an ice cream shop,
Oh,
hard ice cream. Yes.
okay.
Never had that before. 30 pounds I gained there. But anyway,
Oh, I bet.
my, my point is that we all come to this space, carnivore, from different perspectives and different reasons.
Yeah.
And for those of us who are sugar junkies, and I do mean sweet junkie, not pasta or bread junkies. Pasta and bread junkies fall into, I think, a different category, that like a Venn diagram, right? You could have a Venn diagram, and if
And
we
there's a
overlaid them,
crossover.
yeah, we could have some sweet spots that are going on. But for me, it was, my mom even told me as a kid, she always had to check my pockets before doing laundry because I would steal sugar cubes and then take them home, and I would literally sit in front of the sugar dish and eat teaspoons and tablespoons of pure sugar, just put it in my mouth.
Were you an overweight kid?
No, I was skinny
No,
as a
yeah,
rail.
I wasn't. I wasn't either.
But my mom and dad, the only sweet things we had in the house was that sugar or molasses. And mom normally kept it put away, and I was too short to get to it, right? But it wasn't really till I got a lot older. But yeah, I a box of chocolates, not a problem. You know what I mean? I eat a pie, I eat the whole pie, eat a pint of ice cream,
I
right?
can relate to that. If we didn't have anything sweet in the house, I would take peanut butter and mix it up with Caro syrup
Yeah,
and eat that.
yeah. So how about, well, we'll talk about it now. Okay. How about when you got that bowl of cereal? Now, the only cereal we were getting was Wheaties, cornflakes, and shredded wheat. My daddy wasn't going to go buy Tony the Tiger stuff, right?
Right. Yeah, my
We didn't
parents
get
didn't either.
we didn't get Lucky Charms, but I'd put 2 or 3 tablespoons of sugar in the bowl, only so I could have the sweet milk, and then at the end get the little granules, Yeah, that was me. I was that guy.
Yeah, I didn't become a sugar addict though until I was an adult. So like I didn't do that as a kid. My food was very, very moderated by my mother. Yeah, I mean, my parents they grew up in the Depression. And they were like in their early 40s when they had me, so they were a bit older, but I feel like I ate Depression era portions of food. And my mom parsed out any little snacks or anything like that, so I just didn't have any issues until I got to be in my maybe 20.
I eat till you got to be in control. So
well, yeah, when I was in control, I went out of control.
Right. So
absolutely.
Sounds like we have some shared background. My mom and dad were not ones to spare the rod. And so all my discipline was external discipline. That's why I thrived in the military and did not do well on my own, right?
Yeah.
And my wife, she comes from the absolute other side. Her mom and dad, blew my mind. So I'm like 29 when I meet my wife. I mean, I wasn't on the team. I wasn't going to be first pick at the bar. You know what I mean? But I finally found a gullible woman, and I caught her at a vulnerable time, literally.
You were able to trap someone when.
Yeah, I was able to trap her, and she was a little slower one in the herd. And her mom said, why are you dating him? And my mom, what do you mean? Well, no one else has ever wanted him. Why do you want him? Right? Okay. But the thing was, my wife was brought up with this concept, what she called the chip drawer. They grew up in this little country farmhouse, and it was full of chips and chocolate. And she could go and get anything she wanted from that drawer anytime she wanted, even 5 minutes before dinner, even during dinner. Right? So we get.
My dad was like that. My dad was like that too. Hang on, my dog wants that. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Oh, she's gonna play. Okay, never mind. She wants to play. She's like trying to run away from me. My dad was like that too. He said that they grew up. They were very poor, but he said his mom would put she'd make a cake and she'd put it on the table at the same time as the rest of the dinner, and there was 8 kids, so you just got what you got. And sometimes people, some of them just got cake for dinner, and but when you work hard on a farm all day, and they were all skinny.
Well, I think also they use real food ingredients.
Yes.
But for my wife, this whole chip drawer thing
has changed.
Right.
Yeah, food has changed, the quality of food, and then all the genetic.
Seed oils. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that got me was that when I first met her, I saw this drawer. I was like, well, let's just eat hostess ding dongs all day, right? So we get married, we start having children, and there's a chip drawer, right? And in the chip drawer were ding dongs and hostess and all
Oh
that
wow.
stuff was there and chips. And you know what happened? Not a single one of my children gave a large rodent's rectum about any of it. I threw it
Really?
away. Oatmeal patties, Nutter Butters, it
Oh
was
yeah.
all in there.
Yeah.
And I would throw it. And then on Halloween, and so they go out trick or treating. I
Yeah.
never gave them anything special. They got what I got. They got a pillowcase. Go fill it up.
Yeah.
Find it in their closet 3 weeks or 3 months later. They never ate it. Right. So part of what I'm getting at is there was a mentality. Like we didn't get it. So I always had to go take it. I had to gobble it up as soon as I could see it. All this external discipline, no internal. When my wife and I first met, she could make the most lovely cookies, and she could make them without a recipe. Chocolate chip with pecans, and she'd have 2 dozen on the counter in 20 minutes. I'd go to the store, come back, and they're hot, fresh chocolate chip cookies. And it took us about 6 months to come up to an idea that I was being rude because she'd eat part of a cookie, then put it on top of the cookie jar, back in the cookie jar, and I just eat it because I was eating 4 to 6 a day. Right?
Yeah.
And she said, look, my cookie. Don't touch my cookie. I said, how do you eat half a cookie? Who eats half a cookie?
My daughter.
Right. So
yeah. Not me. She'll eat half a cookie. I'll eat half a dozen.
So that's what told me. That's what told me a lot of my eating is a comfort thing. It's there's a psychological term. I always want this and I miss it. And I have to look it up under my daughter's phone number because she knows about it. But when you're coming from a position of lack, right? And you choose, thank you, the law, the scarcity thing.
Yeah.
And that drives me to right now. And on the other side of that wall is my pantry, and in it is a family-sized pack of cookies with the chocolate chips in them, and the M&Ms, right? And they're starting to go stale because 60 days I've been on carnivore. I haven't eaten one.
Wow, that's fantastic.
But beforehand, I would have 4 to 6 a day, and sometimes I just smear them with butter.
I would have had to throw them out. I would have. No matter who in my house bought them, I would have had to throw them out.
So I'm lucky I don't have that. I don't have that with me, but I have been doing a carnivore on my keto thing for about 4 years, and now that I do this carnivore, I'm much less inflamed. I got a little bit of inflammation in that knuckle, but I don't have a problem saying no to it as long as I'm not in an anxiety, depressive moment because I deal with PTSD, anxiety, and stuff. And if I'm not under stress, if I get under stress and my anxiety gets up, then it's Katie, bar the door.
Oh yeah, I do emotional eating too, and I mean, I wouldn't do well if I could see it all the time. Like my daughter has a half gallon of ice cream in the freezer in our garage, and I'm fine with that. But if it was in our pantry or something that's right there and I can see it all the time, I hope I do okay at this point in 4 months on carnivore. But I try not to put myself in the position to test it out.
Right.
Because I know my history.
Right.
And I know that in the past it would have been, they would have been gone.
So in all of this, and you said you're 4 months in carnivore now, roughly?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, this actually today is the last day of week 16. Tomorrow morning is my weekly weigh-in after I complete. Yes, I'm completing week 16.
Cool. Very cool. So like I said, I'm day 60. I know a lot of people tell us to chronicle, and I try to do that, particularly through these lives and that. But have you found a way to capture, to be as a nurse, to capture data points for these, let's call them, for lack of a better word, soft victories? Not a scale, not a measuring tape.
Yeah, I have a notebook that I record things in. Also, just reporting them in my on my channel is kind of, for me, is just a record. Yeah, Natalie had to remove the foods from the cupboards. Yeah, totally can relate to that. But yeah, just recording the videos is for me a record for myself of all these non-scale victories. One of my most recent non-scale victories, you know, non-scale, oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I do use a body composition scale. And so I can see how my body composition is changing. So it's kind of, I do have a scale victory, but it's not what most people classify as non-scale victories. Sure. And that I've gained like 12 pounds of muscle and bone, which is fantastic. About 0.6 of it has been bone, and most of it's been muscle. But for, 55-year-old woman, gaining bone is really important. I'm so happy. Yay. I have had with my mast cell activation syndrome, I have had so many different symptoms and very, very reactive to all sorts of things, and throat swelling. And, I haven't had any heart palpitations. My heart palpitations are gone. Nice. So that's really good. I used to get tonsil stones all the time.
Yeah, no more. I'm maybe talking about that.
Horrible. Ugh. Yeah. No more tonsil stones. My joint pain, my muscle pain, my bone pain, that's part of my condition, is all gone. Thank you, Natalie. I see her comment there. Excellent progress. Yeah. I mean, I've lost like 42 pounds of fat according to my scale. My rosacea is slowly getting better. It's taking time, but it is slowly getting better. And I think that I'm really focused more on the low histamine foods. I feel like my reactivities get, like, my throat swelling, which is that and the tachycardia are kind of the most scary symptoms I have. Right. I feel like both of those, are getting better. I'd have heart palpitations, but when I'd have like an acute attack, I would get throat swelling and tachycardia. And I'll have a little minor throat swelling, but I haven't had any acute attacks, which has been great.
I wonder if you were to look.
Mental clarity is better.
Oh, well, yeah, I think everybody agrees that's pretty quick on the list. I wonder if you could use your anatomy and physiology knowledge to associate the different physiological conditions and changes, such that we know skin, or I think I know, that many skin things like rosacea are hormonally driven, that maybe you could tie that to your thyroid versus other things. So, as the body begins to heal systems and subsystems, your body's very intelligent and saying, hey, I can heal this best now. I'll get to that later.
And I also wonder too, we detoxify through various pathways in our body. Oh, and I see Limitless Lindy, she got herself my Renfo scale. Excellent. Oh, Natalie, 16 weeks. 16 weeks is how long I've been on it. Does the scale do body mass? It does muscle mass. It does bone mass. It does. It gives you quite a breakdown. If you go watch one of my weekly weigh-in videos, you'll see the breakdown. It gives you a lot of information. I have to do a little calculation to figure out my actual fat loss. I take my scale loss and then I add my fat-free body weight gain, and that actually equals my fat loss. But anyways, I kind of wonder if it's just there's pathways to getting rid of toxins in your body. And I'm wondering if the rosacea issue might be the fact that there's a lot of toxic buildup in your system. I know that there's people too that, like, when they reduce histamines in their diet, that you may have some histamine intolerance, not necessarily mast cell disease like I have, but maybe histamine intolerance. And I know that when people have gotten rid of the high histamine foods in their diet, then the rosacea starts to clear up. So there may be more than one issue contributing to it, and then also a mechanism for why you continue to have issues. Like a lot of times rashes are just, your body clearing itself of toxins.
So I know two things. I know one thing through reading, one thing through one-on-one discussion with a test subject. So I know that the body through reading, when the body gets a foreign substance in through the dietary tract and it gets into your body, one of the protective measures is to wrap it in a lipid, right? And it will store many of these things in your body fat. So what, like when we do oxalate dumping, right? Okay. Now, if we jump the fence, so when I went over to Europe and I went to Germany, it was right after and during the Chernobyl event. And as a weather guy, a military weather guy, I had access to information that wasn't publicly known. And years afterwards, there's been lots of studies to look at the impact to the local ecosystems and peoples, right? And they found that a lot of people in the Nordic countries, Norway, Sweden, etc., right? That they did not have a homogeneous, as they expected, results for heavy salts, radioactive material in
exposure.
tissues.
They had different people reacted differently to the same level of exposure.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were trying to figure it out. So there was a theory that they came up to try to find some common things they couldn't find. Finally, someone said, okay, some people like to get in a sauna and some people don't up there. So this one gentleman who I knew,
burden might have been lower in some people.
So what happened is, gentleman who I used to go in the sauna, he was a German guy. He actually, in a study where they injected him with heavy salts, put him in a hefty bag and put him in a sauna. Turns out the body can excrete heavy metals and heavy salt through sweating.
Oh yeah, and mold as well.
So
that's one way to detoxify naturally from mold as well.
Right. So maybe one of the things for rosacea that could happen, it could be beneficial, is when all other things are mediated, that we do more of a, not a wet sauna, but a dry sauna. And I used to do dry sauna all the time. And there's a way to do it and a way not to do it. And
and I know that an infrared sauna is really good for detoxifying from mold. Like I'm focusing on mold because I tested positive several months back for mold toxicity. Oh, thank you, Natalie. I'm just at Midlife Carnivore. You can find me there. Love to have you. But one of the problems that I have with detoxifying through a sauna or heat is that heat intolerance is one of the symptoms of my mast cell activation syndrome. And so heat will actually trigger my throat swelling and my tachycardia, nausea, dizziness. And so it's kind of dangerous for me to get too hot.
Sure.
But my naturopathic doctor, for some reason, I can do a hot bath because it's not surrounding the heat surrounding my whole body. So he was having me do hot baths and trying to work up a sweat that way, but it's sweating it out that helps detoxifying. Oh, great! Thank you, Natalie.
I've got a hot tub sitting out on the back patio by the pool, and the wife loves the pool for the cold water on her joints, and I don't like it. And I like the hot tub for just that reason. And definitely, because I was thinking too, you know how. If you ever watch the American Ninja? You know, where the guys.
We know somebody who was on it.
Okay, so they do all this. So have you ever seen how they want to go up a wall, and it's two walls? They jump up and they put all fours out. They kind of up and down, up and down, up and down. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I wonder in our health journey if we're not in that same situation. As soon as you get a little bit more healthy in some ways, you can then use a different modality of treatment because you're not as sensitive. So in other words, as you get stronger and healthier, maybe heat won't be a big impact on your mast cells.
That's what I'm really hoping.
Yeah, so you can kind of go up that hill that way, back and forth.
That's what I'm really hoping. I'm waiting for the results of getting retested for the mold toxicity. So I'm really curious to see if I still have mold-toxicity, he's going to put me on some binders. But he went to try to do it the more natural way. We just filled our hot tub. I have a horrible. I tell you, I love hot tubs, but a hot tub that we were at one of our timeshares on Orcas Island, and if you ever have a chance to go to Orcas Island, go. It's amazing. It's gorgeous. It's off the coast of the Puget Sound area, but I spent every evening I spent in this hot tub and didn't really understand and truly understand. There was no, the little floater thing that has the chlorine tablet. It was empty, and I ended up getting this abscess on my chest. I had this little cyst, but it was just like a little thing. I was not too worried about it, but there must have been like a way of some bacteria getting in it. I ended up with this abscess on my chest, and it grew and it tunneled in my sternum, and that infection, and they had to culture it. They put me on antibiotics, didn't work. And then they cultured it and found out it was a different bacteria it's rare, but found in hot tubs that aren't chlorinated properly. That infection put my mast cell activation syndrome into overdrive, and that is what put me out on medical leave and ended up with me needing to retire early because of that hot tub.
I don't get into hot tubs in public spaces because having owned one for years, I know what's going on when I see foam with skin cells all through it and lotions and so I do mine at my home, and I'm in charge of my universe. And it's so funny. I did 20 years in the military. I've done all sorts of crazy, silly stuff, and I won't go swim. I will not swim in fresh water. I barely will swim in the ocean because I know what's in those waters, and we had to get batteries of shots.
Were you in the Navy?
No, I was in the Air Force. I'm an Air Force guy.
Okay.
But I did Army support.
My dad was 20 years active and 10 years in the reserves in the Navy.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. So I just know what's in those waters.
Yeah. And some people are okay with it. I mean, can manage, I guess. But I mean, I'm so sensitive.
Well, you're in a unique place in your condition, but I just overall, I mean, I have a saltwater pool, so I have a saltwater pool, so that's how people don't realize there's still chlorination going on, but a much different process.
Right.
But no, I am all about not having amoebas and flesh-eating bacterias and all that. Not doing it, not going there.
Yeah. Needless to say, I'm not going to be in any more public water anymore. I'll stick with my bathtub that I can clean myself.
That's right. And I don't think we're wrong for that. I think that there's wisdom to be had by understanding there are things out there. Like just 2 weeks ago, my wife, we found out she ended up with a tick. We went out for a walk because we took the dogs. We're going to go for a walk. And she saw what she calls a tree tunnel at this park. Oh, let's go walk under the tree tunnel. So we did. And we did our park thing. Next day, she says, hey, I got something here I need you to take a look at. I said, okay, I get it. I finally got to it. I got a magnifying glass. It looked like a mole. Right?
You watch out for Lyme disease. So
we went for the walk on Monday. We did the tick exam on Tuesday evening.
Oh, thanks, Terry, for the sub.
Oh, yeah. And on Wednesday morning, she called me. She said, yeah, I was drying off after the shower, and the tick was right there where the button is. The tick fell. I mean, the mole fell off, and she said, I got the glass to take a look at it, and it all of a sudden started walking. So she was like,
Can you get those ticks tested to see if they're carriers of Lyme disease?
So what we did is we grabbed up the tick and put it in a container. She did. I came home. Okay, it's a tick. Yeah. I looked at it, got my macro camera out, took some pictures of it. And then I said, call the doctor. I wasn't even home yet. Call the doc. She calls the doctor. They're going to see her that day. And the doctor said because she was within 72 hours of the tick getting on her, they put her on a really powerful antibiotic.
Okay.
It was not one of those Texas ticks, and it looked like a regular brown dog tick. But what he did is that the hospital didn't have a tick identification program. But what he did for prophylaxis, he gave her the steroid, just 2 pills one time, really strong. And he said, if in about a month you start feeling like total crap,
Like the flu.
Yeah, a really bad flu, then
Right.
bring in the tick and we're going to have to go through for Lyme or Rocky Mountain
Right.
spotted fever or alpha gal or a combination thereof.
And now is she on the carnivore diet?
No.
It might help.
Well, she definitely keto by default.
Okay, that's good.
She is not a fan of it because I'm doing it. Maybe if someone else did it or whatever, but I don't know. But
How long have you two been married?
32 years.
Oh yeah, we just celebrated our 33rd earlier this month.
Good night, Miss Terry. Yeah, I so the thing is, I am I'm an all-in guy, and I go kind of crazy and do stuff, and she different than me. That's why we mesh. But yeah. I think the end is she's close to carnivore, and she's trying to do it because she's not real happy on. She had a surgical onset of her menopause. So number of years ago, so she's not happy about that. She's not happy about certain things. I think she's wonderful and beautiful and awesome, but she was liking her chips. Okay. Yeah. But that's about the only thing, her only thing. And she gets very hangry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when women have hormones, the hormones that we got to deal with too,
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about them. I've heard about them. I heard
that the carnivore diet can really help with menopause.
Yes. Well, you think about it, it's women historically do not get enough cholesterol in their diet. Yeah. Y'all are just so freaked out because of diet community and the clothing community and all those social pressures say don't eat fat, right? Yeah. And about 50% of all your hormones are cholesterol based.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, and I mean, and I was around when the whole thing about eating low fat became the fad, and they had all of us convinced,
right?
That was the thing to do.
So now eating in this way, in this life form, or not life, but this way of life is tremendously increasing the what would you call it, the front end basic requirement that your body needs without sacrificing it from somewhere else, right?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of women have too much estrogen.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one that threw up on my foot earlier. But a lot of women have too much estrogen, and the standard American diet definitely makes it worse.
Pro-estrogenic.
Yeah, very pro-estrogenic. And you gonna be wiggly or are you gonna settle down? She wanted up. But so the carnivore diet, from what I heard, actually helps to lower those estrogen levels and balance out the hormones. And so I haven't hit menopause yet. My women in my family, we hit menopause late. But I'm hoping that now that I'm on the carnivore diet, it will be a smooth ride.
Well, I had read somewhere a gentleman who was a carnivore. I can't remember his channel name, and he actually had some thyroid problems as a male, as a man, and he was hypothyroid, and he actually went and purposely put on he lost 30, 35 pounds. Mm-hmm. Then he went and gained all that back plus 40, 45 on purpose to get his Yeah, I see that. Your bird just pooping on you. I know when your bird was on your head, I
This
said,
is
I
the
hope he
night of
doesn't poop on you.
animals
Yeah.
come attacking us with their
But
bodily
this,
functions.
but this gentleman, he actually put on weight until he got his TSH and all that under control.
Hmm.
And then he went full carnivore. And since he had a healthy, and it took like the better part of 9 months of super saturated fats and all the good
Yeah.
fats, and to when his thyroid started to recover, then he went back into the full carnivore without the extra fat, and he was quickly able to achieve what he wanted to do. But I think one of the big things was that, and men have to be very careful too. I think a lot of men who are in my condition, who are metabolically ill and who drank too much, probably have low T.
Oh,
And
definitely. Yeah.
and I remember when I got diagnosed for it, I actually volunteered myself because of the anxiety depression axis. I was reading everything I could about it. They tried to give me, for my PTSD, they gave me medications that just make me want to puke all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, I'm going to find a different way to deal with this, but this is no life.
Yeah.
And so that's in my studies. I read about these things. So I got checked for the low T, and they said, you're not only low, but you are medically critically low. Come back to the hospital now, where I should be in the 500, mid 500s for a level. I was at like 120. So women were running around with more T than me. What I did, they put me on the gel. I said, okay, we're going to do this. Guess what I learned?
What?
The body, the human body, does not like exogenously applied hormones so much that it will shut down production, its own production facility, because I'm getting it from external, right?
Yeah, that's the same concept behind the phytoestrogens with the soy products.
Right.
Is that the thought is that your body will stop producing its own natural estrogen if you're getting too many phytoestrogens.
So I did not like
Oh,
that.
is that Graham?
Yep.
Hey, Graham.
I did
Good
not
morning.
like.
It's morning in South
like
Africa.
That. I know it's great to have people coming on, but I did not like the side effect of that. Okay, anatomically, I'm just trying to be discreet. I did not like the anatomical, and you know what I did? I stopped doing that, and almost nothing happened. Went carnivore. I went carnivore, and guess what?
Is it going up?
Poor choice, but yes.
Your blood levels?
No, I don't know about the blood levels, but I know the inflation factor.
The libido is improving.
Not the libido. I've never had a. Okay. I never had a libido issue because I think of a mental overdrive.
Yeah.
But physiologically,
you're seeing improvements.
Yes, and the physiological, it's a gross anatomical thing. I don't mean gross as an ugly. It's a reinflated testes. So how else can I say it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a nurse. I've seen every part of everybody's body.
I'm thinking everybody else.
Everybody else. Right. Yeah. But it is a real function. And I mean, I'm always the person that's like, I think we should be able to talk about as adults, real, genuine physical things that we deal with. That this part of our body is an important part of our body.
Exactly. And when I go to my VA test this week, that's one of the things I said. I want this tested because I was on the testosterone treatment for years.
Yeah.
And then I took myself off. My doc was like, And I said, I don't care what you think. I read about this 8 hours a day for months. I feel confident that I can take myself off. And then now I've done this, and now I see this market change. And I said, if my testosterone has returned to 350 or better without any exogenous type or exogenous applications, I'm gonna be like, you know what I mean?
There you go. Well, do you have a testosterone blood work from when you were on the gel?
Yes.
And so did it increase your levels?
Oh yeah, because
you have a kind of a new baseline. level to go by to see and make a comparison.
Yes.
But it's a
And
synthetic testosterone, correct?
yeah.
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 So, that's
I,
the thing.
I
The
went I went
medication is synthetic.
I went from the 120s to 600 to almost 1100 because
Yeah.
if a little's good, more is better, right? No. So then they're back to back down, kept it around the 600, right? And then I just quit it, and now
Yeah.
we're going to see what it is. And I'm saying 2 years, solid 2 years without it. If I'm anywhere in the 400s, maybe high threes, low fours,
Yeah.
I'm going to call it a victory.
Well, and you have it. You said you're on day 60.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I mean, you're still fairly early on, and if it's at least trending in the right direction, then you know that you're on the right path, and you know that it's natural testosterone that your body is making,
Right.
as opposed to synthetic testosterone that you're applying. So
Right. And
that's so much better. That means that your whole hormonal, your endocrine system's working better.
so that's right.
Yeah, you're
And,
not
and
just
I think
artificially inflating it.
And I think that one of those side things is when you treat one thing, there's so many other things that are waterfall effects. And
Right.
if you're talking about estrogen and testosterone, let's just talk about little tiny do nothing hormones, right? I mean, there's got to be a whole host of things that
Yeah.
are going to be positively influenced. And
Yeah. The whole
I'm just
endocrine system is all kind of linked together, and
yes.
things, whether it be your adrenals or your pituitary, your thyroid, and your reproductive endocrine system, and they're all interconnected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, things that's great. I think it's fantastic. I'm really curious to see how how my hormones change.
Mhm.
And you're talking about too, like your hormones for appetite too. Like you got like leptin and ghrelin, and all of these hormones are just impacted. You need to have a balance of all your hormones.
That's right. And I think I love the part where you were talking about your scale and bone density
Mm-hmm.
because, of course, we have osteopenia. The problems are with our things, but just the whole idea of that. It doesn't take a lot of bone mass improvement to have a huge impact on your total health because if you
Yeah.
just think about your calcium levels, right, and
Yeah.
if you're and the porosity, I mean, if you get a DEXA scan, it's a DEXA
Right.
scan you can do for
The
bone
DEXA
density, right?
scan for bone density. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which I
that'd
haven't
be awesome.
gotten. I'm overdue for a lot of stuff, but I osteopenia and osteoporosis are common with my mast cell disease.
Right.
So, one thing with my scale, that gives you, there's an app that goes with it. And so on the app, it tells you all the different numbers. But if you tap on each number, it'll tell you what the normal ranges are. It gives you like a little line, and it shows you just like when you get a lab result, right? So my bone density is still low for my age. But I should probably get a DEXA scan. I've just been waiting. The pandemic kind of messed things up for me because of the fact that heat intolerance will trigger an acute attack with my throat swelling and tachycardia. I was not able to wear a mask. The heat from my breath would trigger an attack,
Hmm.
and which for nursing, I was fortunate I could work from home. I just working with patients over the phone, so I was working from home, but all the medical facilities and everybody was requiring it. And so I've delayed getting, routine tests done.
Right. Well, I
Because
think
of
a
that.
lot of people. I think when they look, when somebody with time looks back over the period from late 2019 through 2023, there are going to be a lot of PhDs that have their papers or PhDs confirmed and awarded based on studies of what happened in this period of time, because
Yeah,
a
I agree.
global anomaly like that on so broad a spectrum, it's going to be, again, papers and books will be written for
Oh yeah.
decades.
Oh, and I've got my stories to tell. My goodness, but like I had to get a bone marrow biopsy March of last year
Well,
as part of the diagnostic workup for the mast cell activation syndrome.
okay.
Most people don't have to get the bone marrow biopsy, but there's another condition called systemic mastocytosis, and for there's a lab called a tryptase lab that if it's over 20, you may have systemic mastocytosis. The only way to tell which one it is through a bone marrow biopsy. But oh, Natalie, I can't drink bone broth unless I make it myself, because most bone broth is made with older aged bones, which are higher in histamine, and I have to keep my histamine levels, intake in check. But I can, if I make it myself with fresh bones, then I can, and I just haven't done it yet. But yeah, anyway, so I had to get a bone marrow biopsy, and I went to the local hospital, and it was all because of the fact that the heat was causing this throat swelling and the tachycardia, nausea, dizziness, all that. And the hospital made me wear a mask the whole time I was there, and I was having reactions, and I took some Benadryl beforehand, but that's how crazy it was. But they didn't even have me take a COVID test beforehand. It's like I would have taken the test to show that I don't have anything, and then they don't make me wear the mask. But they made me wear this mask, and I was suffering, and my throat was swelling. I was so dizzy, and I had to go through that to get my diagnosis. So it was a crazy time. It was a really crazy time. Yeah.
I think it's going to be, and that's going to make more of a big. I hope that it'd be interesting if you could encapsulate or capture that short vignette of conversation and send it to Carrie for maybe an aspect. If he doesn't do it in this carnivore documentary, but there'll be spin-offs.
Natalie.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I have. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was hard because I would hear people like on the news saying, people who say that they can't wear masks, that's not true. And there's no condition that would exclude you from wearing one.
But that's the hype train, though, because anybody with a working analytical mind, I almost said some unkind words. Anybody with a working analytical mind realizes that mask was not going to stop anything more than what it always does, just spit.
I was baffled by my colleagues because, we go through training on PPE. Right. We know what it's used for and what it's not used for. It's one-time use when there's a chance that you might get spit on, or like in surgery, you don't want to spit on other people.
Thank you.
Graham, don't you want to be part of the research team on the carnivore? Absolutely, yes.
I think you need to. That's what I'm saying. I think you need to capture it and send it, because you present a unique case. Because with all the mast cell and all this stuff, right? If your carnivore journey over a year shows that improvement, I mean, that's such a gold mine. And you have data points to support it all the way through. So I think,
I love research, and I'm retired from now at crazy propaganda. You know what? Don't get me started. I'm going to get poor Scott's channel banned and censored if you get me started, because, coming from the medical field, boy, I have stories, and I was so disappointed in the entire healthcare response. Like, I wanted to quit nursing so many times, and what we did to people.
Yeah, when you think about the bias that existed already toward pharmaceutical companies and medical in general, right? When we look at how quickly people sold their proverbial souls to the media machine, and that they're not being held accountable to it now. I think
hope
that's
that accountability is coming.
it is.
I hope it is coming. My husband and I are big fans and actually financial contributors to the High Wire. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. It's a weekly broadcast that is
Okay.
got millions and millions of people following, and they are. I don't want to say too many of these buzzwords that can get you in trouble, but that has been an incredible source of the truth.
Well,
And
I think
it's a great, I would recommend it to anybody that wants to really know what's going on. And they have a legal team, and they have sued and won against the FDA and all these government agencies. And if you want to know what's legally going on to fight and to really make sure that this stuff doesn't happen again, they're really one of the organizations that's on top of it.
that's cool. That's cool. I just know that
Yeah.
we each have to.
Natalie knows Del Bigtree. Yep, I watch every show too. My husband and I are every Thursday night. It's like time for the High Wire.
Well, I just think that we all have like they would say, physician heal thyself. I think we all have a duty to do our best, but we all are swimming in this same pond together. So I think that the best way to not the best way, a way to help in the prevention of this going forward, is that each one of us remember those who jumped the shark, and we tell them, with compassion and understanding. I understand it's hard to be, particularly for a medical professional who has to worry about standard of care and boards and people like that. I do believe that those professions highly injured themselves, by doing this, and that many good providers, whether it be doctors or nurses or technicians, the healthcare providers, many of them did what was best, that they thought was best, given the situation.
Oh yeah,
but they're ending up like those people who enabled the Holocaust.
Well, and to some extent, I agree. And I have some understanding for people because of the pressure that they were under to comply, because their livelihoods, in a lot of cases, their livelihoods were put on the line. And I understand that pressure. And we have friends that were under that. We were very fortunate that we were not in that situation. Although my husband lost his job because he wouldn't get I was fortunate I didn't have to. Got an exemption, but I was the only one that I worked with that passed on it. And but with that said, I saw the red flags that there was a lot wrong with the way things were being handled, and a lot contrary to what I knew about medicine. And you can't tell me that these doctors didn't see those red flags too.
Oh, no, I agree.
You had to see those red flags. And at that point, unfortunately, and I saw them early. And at that point, if all the doctors had said, wait a minute, this is not the right way to approach the situation, then I don't think it would have gone the way it did.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that part of the challenge there was the person who was in office at the moment. It was anything and everything to do. We don't care what it is. We will sacrifice every single principle
and the
to
media.
get that one person, right?
Yeah. And the media.
Right. Well, the media was on board. The media is just a tool.
Yeah.
But
in my state, our governor was really on board too. I mean, I live in a blue state, and the governor was pretty hardcore, and many doctors kept their heads down to keep their jobs. Absolutely, they did. Yeah.
But here's an interesting thing that we can, if we're careful, we can't pull out the sledgehammer when we need to be bringing out maybe a smaller ball peen hammer. And that is this. And that is, if you're going to sell yourself down the proverbial stream on this topic. What other topics have they done this for? For instance,
I can give you an example.
well, we can talk about cholesterol.
Oh,
We can
yeah.
talk about statins. We can talk about diabetes in the medical. There's more in the medical. But outside of the medical, how about this? I am very close to the topics of climate change because of my profession for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did the same thing here.
Yeah.
All right. When
I think
look
it's
at
opened a lot of people's eyes to, like, when you see
to manipulation,
things happening once, if you're really paying attention, you start to question, so in what other circumstances have they done this? And if you really start digging, you'll realize it goes back very far.
Yes.
And I guess it's been kind of eye-opening for me too, as far as how far back it goes in medicine. I knew it went back far when it came to politics and also like foreign affairs and all these other areas. I've learned how far back it goes in medicine as well, which is highly unfortunate. I was already one of those people that was kind of like, I was not really a big fan of big pharma. And even though, as a nurse, I worked for a long time in critical care area of the hospital. And so I was dealing with people where they were going to die, and the medicine that we were giving them and the interventions we were doing were saving their lives. So a lot of my nursing career, that's the environment I was in. And so when I was in that environment, it's like, well, yeah, I'm actually like saving people's lives, and I'm seeing that what we're doing works. But then once I transferred and got into outpatient medicine, it was like, wow, let's see if we can keep people out of the hospital. And especially going into gastroenterology, it was just amazing how little diet was a conversation. So it's like,
yeah. Well, how much diet? How much do that's it? I read and heard that doctors get about 2 to 6 hours of dietetic type
not
information.
Not much. It's about how much nurses get too.
But here's one for you. We'll go way back. Get the way back machine. In the early 1900s, young doctor, Hungarian doctor. He was noticing that in the public hospital, the deaths of babies and moms, right, was lower than it was in another hospital. The doctors work both hospitals. There's the private hospital, the public, the poor people, right? And poor people were surviving cesareans and other things at a much higher rate than the private. And they go, what's the deal? Same doctors. Doctors in the poor clinic would wash their hands after dealing with dirty people, but not rich people.
Right.
And he almost got disbarred.
He got he got pushed back.
Ignaz Semmelweis.
I know when I was back in nursing school, they told us that it takes 15 years for a new idea to actually become mainstream in medicine. And that's pretty, I think that's ridiculous. I mean,
that happens in all science.
Pushback.
That happens in all scientific fields. It's like what happens is somebody starts to think outside the box.
Yeah.
It's a new idea, brings it back to the box, gets ridiculed. Then the ridicule becomes, maybe. Then it becomes, okay. Then it becomes mainstream. And then the old way is old. It's like right now, most people don't realize that there was Newtonian physics. After Newtonian physics, there's Einsteinian type physics, right? And now you have the new physics, which now is generally held as truer physics, right? It happens. There's a whole term that encapsulate this process because it's repeated in multiple domains. That what's new and cutting edge, leading edge, bleeding edge becomes more mainstream, becomes de facto until the next one comes up.
Yeah.
That 15
Well,
years is probably about
all
right.
the changes that took place over the last 3 years kind of break that mold, but I think it's because of the propaganda machine behind it.
Well, and I think that's exactly what you were alluding to 10 minutes ago when you were saying the the wool is, or the scales in front of the public's eye is no longer there.
I think it's getting there. I mean, I still know some people that are still,
Sure.
but I think
Homers are
overall,
homers.
yeah, I think overall, I think people are waking up and starting to realize that, what really went on, you know.
So the way I like to look at it, but if I'm talking about politics in a pure way, I can say this. If I'm talking about generalities in society, is you're always going to have your polarizing areas, and we like to call them ends of a spectrum. But I don't believe in linear. I believe in global. But you have your polarizing areas that are of the moment, the soup du jour, right? But those are always much smaller in mass than all the mashed potatoes. There's a lot of mashed potatoes out there. Go play along to get along. This look. Don't make me have to think. Don't
Yeah.
make me have to work. Don't make me have to. Can't we just? I had a guy tell me after I got elected. He said, Scotty, what did you all do? I don't know. What do you mean what I would do? And I talked to that. The guy was like 56 years old, very successful, and had never voted.
Oh,
Right.
really?
And I said to him, I said, look, hold on. Let's have some questions here. Like, can you tell me who's on your school board? No, you can't tell me who's on your school. Can you tell me who your county commissioners? No. Who sit? So I think, so you basically all you know what you've been spoon fed by the news source you go to, right? And I said, here's the problem. Too many people have surrendered to whatever agency you want to call it, whatever social construct, but they have surrendered their personal responsibility to let someone else take care. And that happens to us for our health. That happens to us for our diet. We just let anybody tell us, and we believe them. Now, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
everything is out to get us, but the polarizing views are such a small percentage of the total population, and there's so much in the middle. And now that middle starting to go, I no longer trust those institutions.
Yeah. And I hope it spills over into what we're fed about our diet as well.
Well,
Because
that's what's important about this documentary. We
yeah,
need to raise up from within these.
yeah,
Like, what are you talking about? You're talking about these people in the other high wire, right?
yeah.
And big tree,
Well,
right?
Joe Big Tree is the host of the High Wire.
Okay. You're
Yeah.
looking, but we need to have our, for lack of a better word, our Dr. Berry, Dr. Baker, Chaffee, and now Carrie Homestead Howe, who comes from an organic underground swell.
Yeah.
These need to become the new signposts to become
Oh, yeah.
mainstream.
Well, and the thing is that we don't want, when it comes to promoting the carnivore diet or the keto carnivore diet, we don't want it to take 15 years for people to adopt it. And I think it may be a benefit that we're coming out of this period that we've just been through.
Sure.
Because to be able to say, do you trust everything that your government tells you? Do you trust everything that the news media tells you? Right now, we're probably at a point where people have the most distrust than they ever have. So the question is, if you don't trust them, if you're not able to trust them about these other things, why are you trusting them about their dietary recommendations?
Or why are you not out there just figuring it out for yourself, right? So it's that personal responsibility, and I believe so. I came up
A
with
lot
this
of people
theory.
don't know how.
Well, true.
I mean, if you go look at the official resources, is it just like the Cleveland Clinic that recently put out these new dietary guidelines that have like sugar cereals is healthier than bacon and eggs?
Yeah.
Like, how do they know how to get good information if those supposedly reliable sources are telling them things like that?
Again,
I hope that those things are so extreme that people start to go, wait a minute, really?
Well, exactly. There's that, and then this. I think there need to be some type of. Um, I like to say it to a church way, a revival, but it's
Yeah.
I've coined this term. I think it's new. It's new to me, and that is this cultural normalization of hyper individualism. So we've gotten. So if you go back 150 years, everybody depended on their local little tribe, their family, their city. We had to work together.
Right.
People that were liars, untruthful, or deceitful were found out, and that was mediated quickly. But
Communities were really more tight knit and helped each other.
but we got to the things that I want to be an individual. I want to be myself. I want to be myself. I want to be, and you get all the way through the 60s, 70s, 80s, and now people say I can hide in my basement. Funny what we say that I can hide in my basement, communicate with whom I want. I can't find 30 people in my town to get along with, but I can find 30 people over the whole earth, right?
Online. Yeah.
So we get to this super individualized. It's like a giant rope off a boat, off a great big naval ship. And that rope has ropes within ropes within ropes to make the, to tie it off. And when you get all the way down to the small bundle, you get all these little hyper individuals, and they don't realize they were better off bundled together. And bundling isn't inherently a bad thing, but someone told them it was, right? And if you're a part of your bundle, so let's just make it easy. North American, and not going to be Anglican, but you're North American, so you identify with North America, right? The challenge is we are meant to be bundled. Women and men are meant to be bundled together. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so this idea of hyper individualism has actually caused hurt. And when you think about political designs, the political design is we don't want you dependent on anything more than the government.
Right.
And that's what we want you to bundle with. But you can't bundle with the government. You can only bundle with people. So it gets very problematic. And they've showed their hand for who they are now.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of saying, hey, we're going to bundle back together. And yes, there are problems being bundled with other people. I'm going to have to listen to people and get along with people I don't necessarily agree with. Or maybe my opinion won't be the loudest in the room because now I'm making these allowances.
Mm-hmm.
But we are better together than we ever were apart.
Yeah. Well, and when it comes to, there's a flip side in that all of the, the opportunity we have through social media and like what I would have never met you if it wasn't for it. There is a good part, part of it, because I think that it's helpful to have that further reach, but also not forget to be grounded in your community. And because whatever we're learning, from each other as we reach all over the country and all over the world, we need to bring back to the community. And, hopefully we'll be able to do that. And
yeah, and I know in my political world, I was talking to Mike and some people earlier, is we would go out to these great big confabs and we'd learn things that worked in different states, and we'd learn different constituencies. Like we got sportsmen and the Sierra Nevada Club to work together on things, right? Because when you get people together who have a common goal, you can forget what you don't agree on, find what's common, and build something. So what I hope that happens out of all this is you will get ideas and I will get ideas, and I'll go out into my community with a new perspective and apply them, because I know about this mass cell that you talk about, and I actually have a whole web page I went to. I was reading when you talked about the food. I looked up the grinding. They said it's the increased surface area of ground meat that causes the histamines to increase, right? So it's this idea that I'm learning things and we're learning through each other, but then we go in and we apply it within our own communities.
Yeah. Well, and I think that it's nice to be able to build the online community too, and because that's how we find each other. There's not a whole lot of people that I know that are carnivore. Like my husband and I are carnivore, and so it would be harder to continue and feel isolated. But it's because of all the YouTubers that are out there sharing their story and their journey that keeps me motivated, and hopefully I can help motivate others. I mean, like we all have our own little perspective, and what I say may relate to some people but not others, and so it's really important. I think the more people that actually start putting themselves out there, the more
Right.
we're going to be able to reach out, and we may end up finding that we start to reach our own communities. I mean,
And
we have some great local farms, which I'm learning, here where I live. That I live in the same town as Sean Baker.
oh, really? Yeah,
Dr.
yeah. I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
I wanted to let him. I'm trying to get a hold of him in a way. I think he and I were stationed at the same air base at the same
Oh,
time,
wow.
and I may have sent a patient to him. But anyway,
I've never run into him at the grocery store.
well, if you ran into him, you'd know it. He's a big
Oh
fella.
my gosh, I would know it. Yes.
But
Yeah.
I think the important aspect that you're bringing up is iron sharpens iron. As we grow, as we come to understanding, you may find that while you may fall in the spectrum of a more of an activist in nature in a few realms, like carnivore activist, dietary activist, mast cell activist, right? You're carrying the torch for these groups. That there are other people who are either desiring or thinking about or engaged with, but at just a different level. And that, how when you go in a room, I do it all the time. You go into a room and you're trying to get to know people, and you say something like, I don't understand why when I go to the store and there are 20 people standing around ready to get in, they only have one register open.
Right.
And everybody goes, oh yeah, I know this.
All of a
They
sudden
can
you
start
got
this
yeah.
firestorm of a conversation.
Everyone relates to that.
So we'll be standing out there, and I think if carnivores would not use the word carnivore and use the word elimination diet, or couch it according to the what do they say in first rule of public speaking: know your audience.
That's a very good point.
If
Maybe
we could
call
couch
it an elimination diet.
Yeah. What do you do? I'm doing elimination. Oh, I'm fine. Cool. I got it. My Aunt Bessie did that, and she lost 365 pounds. You know what I mean? Or the boil on her head left. The idea of being is people are familiar with some terms, but other terms, no bueno.
Well, they think carnivore, and it's almost like it doesn't register, because I've told people I'm on a carnivore diet, and to me, carnivore is self-explanatory. But people will go, what do you mean? As if they can't fathom that I would only eat animal products.
Well, what's funny about that is when we dissect that, if you say carnivore, some people say I only eat meat. I tell people out of fun and just, I only eat things that had a mother and a face. Products from a mother or a face. And that's a little like, oh, that's a little jesty. And they don't, and I don't tell them I don't eat plants.
4 legs.
Yeah. Well, no, I have 2 legs, a chicken.
Like I don't eat. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't eat honey. Like I don't eat anything from a bee.
But when we want to sit to say, if we use terms, and you know how important terms are, if we use terms that are more inclusive and say, for me, I don't do honey, but if you were in a carnivore, there are people in the carnivore space that do.
Yes. And if they can, then fine.
Right. And we tell people, hey, look, where I started my journey may be different than yours. So you may be allowed, and you may thrive on 100 grams of carbohydrates a day. Maybe what you need to do is not do the seed oils, not eat things from prepackaged plants or foods, right?
Right.
That's all part of this big tent of the proper human diet. And that might even be a way of evangelizing, if you would. But I think people who are excited about what they just got into, they tend to go full bore and turn people off.
Yeah. And I think that too, coming from like knowing your metabolic health is really important, in being able to, maybe being able to just communicate to people that I have very poor metabolic health. And so I have changed my diet to something that's going to be promoting, improving my health. And if they ask what it is, they ask what it is. But,
we could even say things like, I'm just taking a break from broccoli and kale, right? I mean, we tend to do these absolutes, and people go, "I can't do absolutes," right? But if you say, you know what, I'm on a 3 month elimination diet, and what I'm trying to do is find the foods that react the most. And so, oh, I can't do them. Brussels sprouts, they give me really bad gas. You go, yes, work with what they'll give you instead of saying,
yeah. Well, and I
or
try
walk
not
in
to
their
be
pen.
stuck. I try not to be too stuck. Like I have a big, like, I don't know question above my head all the time because I am trying to evaluate how this is going to work for me, not just for weight loss. I mean, I have a lot of weight to lose, but just for my mast cell condition
Mhm.
and just my general health. And I know that I'm quite insulin resistant. I mean, I'm very happy I'm no longer pre-diabetic, but I know that I'm still insulin resistant and it's improving. But there may come, hopefully, there's going to come a time where I'm no longer insulin resistant and I may be able to be fine adding some other things.
Yeah, I think
You know,
those so in reading Dr. Fung's books, being that he's a nephrologist, that guy's a good source, right? He said some people will be able to get off of insulin, but maybe never get off the metformin, right?
is
Depend.
he a nephrologist or an endocrinologist?
He's a nephrologist.
Oh, so he deals with kidneys.
Yeah. So he deals with all the end-stage diabetes people, right?
Well, that's an endocrinologist, deals with diabetes. A
Well, but
nephrologist is a kidney doctor.
right, but
Oh, but yes,
endocrinologist will
diabetics,
send you.
yes, end up having kidney. Yes,
Yeah.
they end up having problems with their kidneys later.
Right. So what he was saying is he noted that, and I love the if you've have you ever heard his videos?
Uh, it's been a while, but yes.
He reminds me, to me, he's a doctor. He's the Jordan Peterson of medicine, in that he
Mm,
never attacks a person's
mhm.
position. He, hey, I can understand why you feel that way, and that's a really valid point. Have you considered that? What I mean,
Yeah,
that very gentle, like verbal judo, right?
yeah, he's got the therapeutic communication down pat.
Right. So I submit that they'll, and what Dr. Fung has said is some people will get off the insulin, they may get off of some of these other medicines, but depending on how long they've been and how bad their beta cells, they may not come back, all these different
Yeah,
things. Um, I think for some of us, we may get to a point where we feel we could maybe introduce something and we'll find out very quickly that it's no bueno. And
right.
what we need to do then is not panic and go, but I wanted to be able to do this. Is say, well, I'm not going to, and we need to make sure we have our NSVs well understood. So it's
Yeah,
you know what?
yeah.
Someone said it yesterday on what was it? Someone said it, and one of the things says, I hope that I am strong enough to do what I need versus what I want.
Absolutely. I do that I think that way every day. And that's how I get past occasionally if I'll have like a carb craving. Um, I have to have that mentality as
Yeah.
well, and realize that temporary satisfaction on the just in the on the tongue is going to lead to
Well,
symptoms.
right, and I feel for the people who have IBS issues. You know,
That's me.
right? Because that's a pretty quick, situation there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my thought is that
My
through
IBS is a lot better, by the way.
oh good, but I
Yeah.
think that through prolonged discipline in this way, and also modifying as we get to certain gates, we're going to modify, right? So there's a book by Dr. Marshall Goldsmith. He's a management guru, and his book, the title was "What Got You Here Won't Get You There." And in this, and it's a management, but I think it applies here. It says the modalities and the things that we do now for our treatment may not be effective, or the efficacy of them will be diminished when our health changes.
Well, and I think we should expect things to change.
Yes.
I that's the approach that I'm always trying to think of as well too. That and you have to be constantly in a mindset of evaluating where you're at and being honest with yourself and realizing that things change all the time. I mean, you're going to have to make adjustments and modifications and evaluate if you need to make a change. And that's just part of it. I fully expect that to be the case.
Well, you can't be. We don't want to be what we accuse some other people who are plant-based of being, not being dogmatic, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And not saying, because just because something's working for you right now doesn't mean it's going to continue.
That's right.
And don't be disappointed if you have to make those changes, because that's why it's important for us not to be cult-like,
right?
In our to have it turn into an ideology, but have it be kind of more of a dynamic, that you have to just look and see, this is what's working now. I fully anticipate I'm going to have to reset and reevaluate down the line as my body changes, and just have that mindset that
I'm in violent agreement, and so that's going to take some radical relearning on our part, because we don't show ourselves very much grace.
Right.
We want to, like I said the other day in one of my videos, because I was a little bit emotionally upset about things, and I said, I want what I want it now. Just like in that girl who won her bean.
I'm with you. I do too.
Right. And so I think it's a, and particularly for those of us, I mean, I can only speak for myself with a, I don't want to say eating disorder, because that would not be accurate, but I have bad eating habits, or have had them. I have to be able to recognize when I'm going to a bad place. In other words, so let's say eating this way gets me to a certain place, and I start seeing diminishing returns. Right. It's time for that change, right? I need to get the mindset that it's acceptable of, this isn't working, and it's okay, Scott. And now what we're going to do is we're going to regroup, and then we'll figure this out, and not be surprised. Like you said, be ready for the change.
Yes. Well, when you think about it, is there any other part of your life that stays the same?
No, of course not.
No. So why would this?
And with that, it's midnight. So for me, I'm going to. Here, so. Lucky you. I'm going to let you.
Well, my husband starts work at 4:30 in the morning. So
okay.
He's already asleep.
Well, I'm going to let you go, and I appreciate your willingness to jump on to a ad hoc type of thing. This is what I want to do. I want to do this each night, maybe not this long, but unless it happens. But I want to do this each night just to give people a forum. It's not like an interview. It's not, like I was saying earlier, it's not about influencing, but it's about giving voices. And I can't wait
having a conversation.
I cannot wait till I get more people on here, and I can just pull back.
I really want to learn how to do it do this for my channel too. And so anyone who would like to help me learn, I'd be totally for that.
What do you mean learn?
Like how to do a live stream and have people.
You just did it.
Join me.
You just did it.
So just go onto that link that you showed me and sign up.
No, what you want to do is you want to go to StreamYard.
I've never done it before.
Okay. So here's what you want to do. You want to go to StreamYard, open up another browser. Okay. Can you open up another browser window?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Open up another browser window. All right. Go to StreamYard, one word, StreamYard.com. Hit enter.
Okay. All right.
And read to me your screening.
So it says the easiest way to live stream and record.
Right.
Let's get started. It's free.
Okay. I'm going to go to mine and just make sure I'm looking at it at the same time, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Well, mine's going to show this on. So what you want to do is you'll probably on the left hand, you have home, library, destination, members, all that good, happy horse stuff.
Let me look. Yes.
Okay, and then to the right, you might be able to have like account or something.
Yeah.
On the right hand. Okay, just create an account.
Okay. I logged in through my Gmail account, so it automatically just gave me an account.
Okay, great. So you got one. Now, when you're
Okay.
looking at it, when you look at it, you have like on the left, you still have a panel says home, library, destination, members, all that stuff.
Yes, I see that.
Don't bother with that. Forget it.
Just do the create.
Yeah, all you do is gonna have to hit the.
Create.
You don't do it while we're on. I don't know what
No, I
happened.
won't.
Okay. But you
Okay,
hit.
I can learn from there.
Okay, you hit the create button. It'll give another window. What you'll have to do is you'll get a little grayed out window that you'll see yourself in the lower left hand side of your screen.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll say you're not in it yet. And you'll click that, and that's how you'll get into your own stream. So, like when I start a stream, I'm not in it until I enter myself into it.
You have to link it to your YouTube channel so that it's actually playing on your channel.
I think so. Maybe it has to go to under destinations. So you'll have to go and get your YouTube channel link. You're going to find that in you can find that in your YouTube channel. You paste that in every time you go live. It goes right to YouTube under destinations.
I think I'm going to try it. I may like sucker my husband into like doing it down in his office downstairs while I'm here upstairs.
But you may find that there's like a 24-hour window where they're trying to mesh things up. I don't remember directly.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have multiple Gmails, and when I went in under my Gmail, I had to make sure I have a Carnivore Scott Gmail account, but I have another account that's my primary Gmail. I tried to keep setting it up under Carnivore Scott. It didn't work.
No,
it would only work.
Primary Gmail.
Yes.
Yeah.
If that's what you came in under, okay.
Yeah.
And then once you get on it, you just hit the button create, and you're off and running, and we'll talk through it. I don't care.
Awesome.
It's easy peasy.
I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give it a try because I really enjoy talking to people and just learning from people and get to meet people I never would have had a chance to meet.
And there's another caveat. This is good. This is the part that has a high Hoover effect. Okay. And that is when you do the free one, you only get 20 hours a month.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I'm that chatty.
Well, we just spent 4 hours on here. So,
okay. Wow.
So I found that so it was $20 to get unlimited time.
Oh, that's 10 people. Is that $20 a month, or is that just like a $20 annual fee?
It's a month.
Yeah.
But I pay that in late fees off the thing. So I just said, and I go when I said it earlier, I go to my local plasma center and I sell my plasma, and that's what I use for my mad money on this.
Ah, wow.
So
awesome.
I mean,
well, I actually have a coloring book that's sold on Amazon, a children's coloring. I actually have 3 coloring books, but my children's coloring book sells more than the other 2 adult ones.
Right.
And so I get some money from that, and I've got little shops
revenue streams
there, and so I earn a little bit of money here and there from that.
Well, I just think that
now that I'm retired.
Yeah, me too. So the way I look at it is the $20 a month for the entertainment value I get is well worth it. And you can if you pay upfront the whole year, they give you like a $15 or $20
like a volume discount.
Yeah, volume. Yeah. But yeah, it's intuitive, and when you can do it, then you're going to be really dynamic, because one of the things I noticed was this whole lioness thing going on.
Yes, I'm going to be on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a trend. One night I had Lindy on here and a couple other ladies, and I was just like, hey, you guys take it away, because that is, quite frankly, the lion's share of people who are impacted by this horrible doctoring and horrible diet world. Yeah.
And I like the fact that there's a lot of the lives that are a lot of men talking, but I agree. I was actually thinking before I even knew that they were doing that, I was thinking we need something for women that's specifically focused on women. And then then Ellie, I saw Ellie say that, it's going to, we're doing this. So I'm already on their docket to go, but it's not till November because it's Tuesday nights and I'm in a women's Bible study on Tuesday nights. And so I've got to wait until that ends. And then, so I'll be on like November 14th.
Well, in the meantime, you can just do like I did, and you can join me. I can join you, but I really want this space to be a place for people to do just what we did today. And we don't have an agenda. We don't have anything.
Yeah.
And some nights it lasts an hour. Some nights it goes 4 hours. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, I like to be able to ask, and I hope that people will be okay with me asking some more specific medical questions.
Sure.
Because I think it's helpful for people, and because we have a lot in common medically, more than we realize, and it really helps to share, your own medical experience, just like with you sharing about your testosterone. So
I think we just make sure that at the beginning, at the top of the stream and throughout the stream, we'll make sure that there's no HIPAA violation, because some people won't realize what they're doing.
Well, HIPAA doesn't really apply in this situation.
Okay.
Yep. You're not my patient, and you're volunteering information, so of your own accord. So we're okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then there we go.
Is that it's not medical advice. That's the main thing.
There you go. There you go. Man, what we probably should have is have a little placard that we hold up every once in a while. Here's your sign.
Or a little banner at the bottom of the stage.
Hey, I can make one of those. I'm going to do that. Thank you so much. All right. Well, you have a wonderful evening. I appreciate you again, and we'll see everybody around the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I don't know if Graham's still here, but his reaching out about the research and all that for the carnivore movie, whatever. Yeah, I would love to be. I would love to be involved in whatever way I can.
Well, go ahead and go to I think they may still have a website for the carnivore movie, carnivoremovie.com or something like that. And you can just you can email. They got information where you can put stuff in. I think that would be value added. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you much.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. I appreciated all your comments and everyone else who commented. Really appreciated it. And thanks so much for subscribing. I need to build my little channel.
Well, this is how we do. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.